Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The March 18th, 2009 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. I make this announcement just as a matter of course. No reason to suspect that the alarms would ever activate in here, but if they did, we have a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system which will be activated, and if that takes place, please leave through the exits. Once outside, our marshals will tell you when it's safe to re-enter the building. As I say, we do this at every meeting just in an abundance of caution. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation? This morning we have Pastor Kaz Alici, the Persian Church of Las Vegas, in recognition of Persian Heritage Month, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, City Councilman. ای پدر آسمانی، نام تو مقدس باد. پدر آسمانی، امروز برای شهردارمان آقای آسکر گودمن و اعضای انجمن شهر دعا می‌کنم که با آنها حکمت عطا فرمایی که تصمیمات آنها خواست تو باشد. ملکوت تو بیاید، اراده تو چنان که در آسمان است بر روی زمین برقرار گردد. خداوندا رهبران شهر ما را برکت ده، به خاطر توجه آنها به اقلیت‌هایی که شهر لاس وگاس را خانه خود می‌نامند. پدر آسمانی، سپاسگزارم برای نوروز که دوباره پرنده ها می‌خوانند و گل‌ها شکوفه می‌دهند و درخت‌ها شکوفا می‌شوند و طبیعت زندگی جدید می‌یابد و به ما یادآوری می‌کند که همیشه در تو امید و زندگی نوین داریم. به ما یاری ده که یکدیگر را دوست بداریم چنان که تو ما را دوست داری و هرگز فراموش نکنیم که تو منبع برکات هستی، زیرا ملکوت و قدرت و جلال تا ابد از آن توست. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Heavenly Father, today I pray for our mayor, Mr. Oscar Goodman, and the city council members, that you give them wisdom to make decisions according to your will. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Bless our leaders in this city for their dedication to promote cultural dialogue between diverse communities who call Las Vegas their home. Today we are celebrating the Persian Cultural Heritage Month of March and the Persian New Year Nowruz, spring equinox. Our Father in heaven, we thank you for Nowruz, for spring. Once again birds sing, trees blossom, and flowers bloom, and nature is reborn with new life, which is a reminder that we always have new hope and new beginning in you. Let us love one another as you have loved us. And never forget that you are the source of our blessing. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Audrey is going to ask you something on that. Did you accept? All right. You're going to be a TV star. Yes, we will.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and for our first item, we're going to recognize the March Employee of the Month. I'd like to ask Jorge Cervantes, the Director of Public Works, to join us at the podium, and I'm proud to announce that the March Employee of the Month is Lorraine Leonard Dunford. Lorraine. Congratulations. Lorraine, or Lori, as we know her here at City Hall, is a project manager with the Public Works Department, and she's been with the city since March of 2000. She works in the Engineering Design Division on a number of different programs, including capital improvement projects and the intersection improvement schedule. Her background is geotechnical and environmental engineering, has saved everyone countless hours in researching solutions. She has become the resident expert on the division's project management software. Because of her efforts, the software was adapted to allow the division to track its projects and generate reports for internal and external use. And, as a result, the department saved nearly $100,000 that would have been spent on other proposed solutions. A savings such as this is key, particularly in these tough, challenging economic times. Laurie also has an outstanding positive attitude and always has time for anyone who needs assistance. She's obtained certifications that aren't required for her position and even named Toastmaster of the Year by Viva Las Voices, the city's Toastmasters group. So on behalf of the entire City Council, we'd like to congratulate Laurie on being named the March 2009 Employee of the Month, and along with this very nice plaque, she's received a $100 Visa gift card, compliments of the Nevada Federal Credit Union. Congratulations. Wait a second. What happened to the membership in the gym? Wait a second. She's being shortchanged here. Who's in charge of this? It's all Miss Fretwell's fault. All right, we're going to get you a membership to the 24-hour fitness over in the Mulaski building too. Okay? All right, that's a guarantee. Here we go, Jorge.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, as the Mayor mentioned, Lori really is our go-to person in the department. She's one of those that no matter what you ask her to do, she goes out of her way to do it, and we're a better department because of it. One of the things that she's really excelled on and helped us out in, we're cross-training a lot of our junior engineers to be more efficient and do things better. And as part of the cross-training, Lori's taken on herself to teach them how to do some of the AutoCAD skills that they don't have, saving us even more money and not having to take these people to formal training. She does that in-house for us. So great around, great asset for us, hard-working person, always the right attitude. So, Lori, thank you very much for all your efforts.
Thank you very much, Jorge, Mayor, Council. I am incredibly humbled and honored to receive this award. It's a privilege to work for the City of Las Vegas, and I am so honored to work with the most tremendous group of people. It's really a team, and we look at it as that. I bring my strengths to the team, and their strengths offset my weaknesses. So it's wonderful to be able to work together, and I really feel that it's a reflection on them. I wanted to take a minute to thank my family who made it here today.
Well, why don't they come up? Come on, family.
Come on up. My parents, Jan and Joe Leonard, whom I learned an incredible work ethic, and that's what I bring to the city every day. They also nurtured that thirst for knowledge that I have, that I constantly want to learn something new every day. And my husband, Gene, who is incredibly supportive. I have a very difficult time leaving the job at the city at 5 o'clock. I bring it home a lot, even if it's just in my head, working through the latest problem or going through my endless to-do list. And I also wanted to thank the members of Viva Las Voices, because without the Toastmasters group that I joined a little over 2 years ago here at the city, I would be cowering in a corner instead of standing before you. So again, this is a tremendous honor, and I really appreciate.
Terrific job. Hi, folks. Congratulations on having a great daughter. Nice seeing you. How you doing?
Doing good.
Here we go. Thank you very much. Great having you here. Thank you, Lori. It's terrific. Yes, that's yours. Very good. Yes, she did. For our next item, Councilwoman Tarkanian is going to recognize March as Persian Heritage Month. Councilwoman.
Every year, people of Persian ancestry and heritage all around the world celebrate March 21st, the first day of spring and the spring equinox, as their new year. The Persian New Year is called Nowruz, which means a new day. The celebration of rejuvenation of earth and birth of life has a long history that goes back more than 3,000 years. In fact, the Persians have documented written history dating back 5,000 years. And throughout this history, Persians have been recognized for their love of peace and equality. And I urge our audience here today to view the half-seen table on display in the plaza area. It's really educational. A major part of Persian New Year rituals is setting a special table with 7 specific items. In the ancient times, each of the items corresponded to one of the 7 creations and the 7 holy immortals protecting them. And if you go out there today, you'll see how that has transitioned to our world as it exists today. And some of the changes made, but keeping the core of the beliefs that came at that time. Approximately 10,000 individuals of Persian descent now live in Las Vegas and play a significant role in the success of our community. Many are involved in business, medicine, and education. The Persian Professional Society of Las Vegas works to promote advancement of individuals of Persian heritage, as well as supports activities in the arts, education, and various other fields of importance in general to our community. In recognition and honor of Persian history, our City Council today is presenting a proclamation to the Persian Professional Society. And would their leader please come forward so we can give it to you? Yes. The mayor will give the proclamation, and I just wanted to say a few words of it in part. It reads, "The city of Las Vegas is proud to join the Persian community in celebrating Nowruz, or New Day, a New Year's celebration that coincides exactly with the spring equinox and has been recognized in some form for the past 3,000 years, and is a time for family and friends to gather and recognize life's bounty through food, gifts, conversation, and enjoyment of nature." And I hear that some of you take the day off and go out into nature. At least that's what I hear. And I thought, isn't that wonderful to go with family out into nature and to be able to consider what our world is today and the beauty of it. The city of Las Vegas greatly benefits from the plentiful contributions of the Persian American community and commends the Las Vegas Persian Professional Society for promoting Persian culture, literature, and the arts through public events, enhancing the cultural diversity of our neighborhoods. So we, the mayor, and the members of the Las Vegas City Council very proudly proclaim March 2009 as Persian Heritage Month, recognizing the Persian Professional Society, and we urge all the citizens of Las Vegas to join with us in celebrating diversity and recognizing Persian Heritage Month and Nowruz in our great city of Las Vegas. So.
Honorable Mayor Goodman, distinguished council members, and dear guests. My name is Ted Hakimi. I'm president of Persian Professional Society. We have been in business, let's say, about the last 4 years, but there are some other organizations here that they have been longer in this place, and one of them is a Persian Poetry Night that every second Tuesday of month their meeting takes place in West Charleston Library, and I would like to invite you to join them, attend these meetings. It's a cultural poetry and music night. It has been going on for more than 10 years, and I would like to mention that the gentleman from Armenian heritage who created this foundation actually passed away 2 months ago, so I would like to dedicate this to him at this point. So you're all welcome to join us in those nights of the poetry and Persian music. There are some other events going on during this New Year. One of them is on the 13th of the Nowruz. Everybody goes out to the nature, as Councilwoman Tarkanian indicated, and they celebrate life. And there are ceremonies that it takes place. Basically, the main thing is to go out and be close to the nature. This year, we're going to have that in Sunset Park on the 29th of this month. Basically, it's an all-day event, and there will be music, dancing, and basically networking, if you would, in the Western term. So you're all welcome to join us. There are some other events actually going on, different, in Rio, for instance, there's discos and Persian musics on Saturday. So for the younger folks than me, they're welcome to go there, or a lot of other people, they can go there, whoever is interested. And there's many festivities going on in different Persian or Mediterranean restaurants. I wish I had the list of all of them and I could share it with you, but you can find it in the Persian magazine of Iranian magazine of Las Vegas, which we have few of sample of it at the entrance. Again, I would like to thank a lot of folks that they were involved with this, specifically Councilwoman Tarkanian, and one of the special friends close to all of us, Mr. Ramon Torres. I would like to thank you for all your effort and basically supporting the diversity initiative in this town. We do thank you for that. As you know, the largest number of Iranian out of Iran are in United States, and that allows us to contribute more wherever we go. So here in the United States, we should be contributing more and more to the community and help out our next generation. One of the things I wanted to mention is because of this large number moving out of Iran, recently in Ontario Parliament, they actually recognized the first day of spring as Nowruz. It's registered in Ontario Parliament from now on as Nowruz, which is the first day of the spring. So our number is increasing, and we are more and more being dedicated to the cause of the nation. And I would like to thank again, on behalf of Iranian Americans of Las Vegas, and you have honored us for this proclamation. Thanks again.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's great having you. Thank you. There's a lot of truth. I guess it's all truth about what you're saying as far as nature was concerned. I was having a briefing yesterday, and I was telling the folks who were part of the briefing that I have a koi pond in my backyard. And for some reason, they all woke up and started to go nuts about 2 days ago. And I'm going to have a lot of baby koi, I think, in a couple of months here. But I think they know that it's not ruse, and the springtime is here too. That I could tell you. It's great having all you folks with us. All right. Let's see. We've got Councilman Barlow here with 3 different presentations. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mayor, I think we need to get some coffee to these fine young men and women out in the audience today. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, it's more like it. This is the most exciting time of the day for us. the ceremonial portion. We tend not to want to give the microphone away when we're standing here because work begins right after this moment. But I won't beleaguer you with too much time. However, I have the distinct honor and pleasure of recognizing a few groups today. And today I will be recognizing the Las Vegas Fire Explorer Program, which is a volunteer program, a nonprofit organization for young men and women ages 15 to 21 interested in learning what it takes to become a firefighter. The Las Vegas Fire Explorer Program is a critical investment for the safety of the fire department by providing pre-hire training. This program also has high participation in community volunteer programs. Since 1987, over 1,000 young adults have been impacted by the program through career guidance, and currently over 100 are full-time firefighters across the country. The program is made possible by firefighters who volunteer over 1,000 plus hours of their off-duty time each year. So my hat goes off to those firefighters for their volunteer and their philanthropic endeavors in this community. Each year, the average explorer spends over 250 hours training to become a firefighter and over 100 hours participating in various community events. I would like to ask that the explorers present today please come forward and stand with us right here. I want you all to come forward and just stand right across the aisle here to be recognized. Just the explorers. Let's give them a round of applause. Come on down. We wholeheartedly thank you for your community work throughout the entire valley, and we wish you the best of luck. As I understand, the Las Vegas Fire Department is beginning its recruitment. Is that correct, Chief? Okay. In particular, I'd like to recognize this group for helping so many needy families during the holiday season. My office was inundated throughout the holidays, and thanks to Fire Explorers for their collecting efforts and donating that made the holiday season possible for many that would not have otherwise celebrated. So with that being said, I would like to ask that Daryl Aronson, the commissioner, please come forward. If you will, please, and thank you so very much for all that you do and continue to do for this community, sir. Please say a few words.
Well, I'm Daryl Aronson. I've been a firefighter for Las Vegas 16 years. It's been a great opportunity to be a frontline firefighter and also the opportunity to become a leader and help develop these young men and women to become future leaders in the fire service. I do want to thank Fred Kloss, who's not here, and the other advisors, Mr. Oliveri, Mr. Montague. These are the firefighters that have helped us accumulate over 1,000 hours of our time to help develop this program. And I'd also like to thank our family and our wives for putting up with us and having to dedicate a lot of our time away from our family to be here to help out the future of the fire service and these incredible young adults to become future leaders of our great Las Vegas community.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Aronson? Yes, sir. If you don't mind, I would like to present you with these certificates for you to distribute to the fine young men and women of the Explorer program as well as the recruits. Thank you all so very much. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you. Good luck. Hope you guys get hired someday.
All right. You want to get a group shot? Okay. If you all just squeeze in just a little bit. There we go. No phone book for me. I have a big heart. Oh, Councilwoman, come and stand here. Come here, please.
Am I
We'll
short?
stand
Is
here.
that right?
Here we go. Thank you all so very much. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. Next, I would like to recognize the STEM awareness. The City of Las Vegas is proud to join other cities in the recognition of STEM Awareness Month for 2009. This being the first event proves to bring about new opportunities for students to engage in empowering developmental initiatives in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, which is the fastest growing vocation that requires highly skilled and well-trained professionals in America. STEM Awareness Month is driven by the STEM Student Ambassadors Program, with special emphasis on the STEM disciplines in partnership with government institutions of higher learning, faith-based, and community agencies. The value of STEM disciplines will be widely known and accepted for its value in the academic growth process of our students, who are the future scientists, engineers, technologies, and mathematicians. The STEM Awareness Month brings our community together in the promotion and development of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics for all Las Vegas residents. The STEM Awareness Month will pay host to a list of STEM events and activities for the community at large to participate in and formulate and appreciate the sciences, technology, engineering, and mathematics. It is my pleasure and our pleasure here at the City of Las Vegas to recognize today and proclaim today March 2009 STEM Awareness Month here in the City of Las Vegas, and I would like to ask that come forward. He's already coming forward before I even called his name. Please say a few words, and please, we have a student here with you?
That's my daughter.
Oh, her daughter, his daughter's going to come up. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sherman Rutledge, the director and coordinator of STEM Awareness. Thank you. Please say a few words and share with us in regards to STEM.
Thank you to the mayor, to the council members, Councilman Barlow. It is indeed a pleasure to stand before you today. Las Vegas is the first community in the nation that has declared STEM Awareness Month. It is unfortunate that some of the brightest, intelligent students throughout this country fail for the lack of the application system. The application system is their opportunity to put their hands and be involved in application systems of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. The STEM Student Ambassadors Program has been in operation for 2 years. It is free to students. We train every Saturday, barring anything except Christmas. And this year they want to take off for Valentine's Day, which we understand. But beyond that, STEM Awareness Month, this time next year, in Las Vegas, will play host to national organizations, institutions, corporations, and those who have an invested interest in making sure that our students are aware that STEM is the acronym for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. There is no reason, as we enter into our 5th grade first year, where they're learning AutoCAD, they're learning advanced math. We have 5th graders who are doing high school math. The problem is there's not enough advanced curriculum outlines throughout the district, because we're going through some issues, for them to be able to continue their growth process. So the STEM program welcomes you, organizations, engineers, architects, and as I said, we're excited about the promising opportunities for students next year as we bring the national concern, not only through our local government officials, but through our federal, congressional, and senatorial members who have joined our efforts. Once again, I want to say thank you. We ask you for your participation, and I would like to have my daughter come up real quick, who has sacrificed every Saturday. Now, it's tough for a young person, but it's not so bad for us older generational people. So please come up, and I want to say thank you to Ms. Gail Mitchell, who has been with us every Saturday, and the students. How many of you know of a student who would sacrifice, and we have students who have not missed one Saturday since school started, who would dedicate their Saturdays to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. They'll do it for football, they'll do it for soccer, they'll do it for sports, but this, we've got to change the mindset. And thanks to you, council members, mayor, we're making that happen. Thank you very much.
And congratulations to you. All right. Sherman, get a photo, Ray. She's trying to take your photo. Turn around.
Oh, come around.
Okay. Come here. All right. Thank you. Thank you. And my last item, but surely not least, although they are Omega, today I'm recognizing the Omega Psi Phi fraternity for their outstanding work for adopting the historic Berkeley Square neighborhood in the West Las Vegas community through the Adopt a Block program. And before I call them up, I would like to ask that Ms. Ruth DeHaan from Berkeley Square, who is the president of the Berkeley Square Neighborhood Association, please come stand with me as I share with the audience and the listeners here some background in regards to my brothers in Greek Dome Omega Psi Phi fraternity. The Adopt a Block program, good morning. The Adopt a Block program is designed to aid citizens in maintaining their neighborhoods in partnership with the City of Las Vegas Neighborhood Services Department. Through the Adopt a Block program, residents and their neighbors can begin to make a difference in the way their community looks. This program is open to all groups, including businesses, organizations, schools, churches, neighborhood associations, and other civics groups. By collaborating with Neighborhood Services Department, a safer, cleaner community can be achieved that promotes neighborhood pride and community livability. The program is based on a partnership which requires time and commitment from all parties. At this time, I would like to ask that the president of Omega Psi Phi Alumni Chapter, Mr. Tim McElroy, as well as Mr. Kahari Black, please come forward. And also, who is not here is my good friend Damon Hodge, and I would like to recognize him for his outstanding work in the community for such a long time. Good morning.
Good morning.
Ruth DeHaan of Berkeley Square Neighborhood is standing here next to me, and I would like for her to share a few words as well. She is the president, as I mentioned earlier, of the Berkeley Square Neighborhood Association. The Kappa Xi chapter of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated was organized in November 1975 in Las Vegas, Nevada. Throughout this time, the chapter has undertaken and achieved the high standards set forth by their founders. The Nevada brothers are proud of the fact that more than 45 brothers have been brought into the folds of Omega via Kappa Xi chapter. The chapter strives to promote the principles and ideas of the Kappa Xi chapter in our homes, work, and community. In 2001, Kappa Xi brothers approached the city of Las Vegas to assist with beautification projects, and over the years, the chapter performed several cleanup projects. In 2006, Kappa Xi chapter decided to step up their involvement, and with the help of neighborhood services, the fraternity adopted the historic Berkeley Square neighborhood in West Las Vegas. At this time, I would like for Ms. Ruth DeHaan to share a few words in regards to her appreciation and the community's appreciation to the Kappa Xi chapter of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, Council, and to our Councilman Ricky Barlow, and to the President and Social Action Leader. We are so grateful to have had these men to volunteer to clean up our neighborhood to help us, and they organized a young men to come along with them. We had probably 30, and that was more than we've ever had. We were so grateful. We had a great time, and I'd just like to take this moment to just present them with just a little certificate of appreciation, because we had 2 other women that were going to come and thank them for their work, but they had a little problem with their hospital visits today. So this one, we thank you, Mr. Tim McElroy, and for Mr. Kahari Black, with just a certificate of appreciation to thank you for that volunteer effort that you did for us in Berkeley Square. It needs it. We're grateful for them. We'd like to see them as often as they can come. Thank you.
Thank you.
And gentlemen, if you would please stand here, right in front of the sign, so you can get a nice photo op. And Mr. McElroy, if you will, please share a few words with us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council, Councilman Barlow. Thank you, Mrs. Don't. Thank you for allowing the men of Omega Psi Phi to come in the community and share in the beautification project in Berkeley Square. The members tirelessly work on other projects and civil projects throughout the city. And whenever special recognition is done like this, we do really appreciate it, and we thank all of you. Thank you.
Thank you for the continued great work that you all continue to do on behalf of all citizens of the city of Las Vegas. Thank you. And this sign will actually be hung on Owens between D Street and H Street, representing the neighborhood of Berkeley Square, and as well as the Omega Psi Phi fraternity for adopting this community. Thank you again. All right.
Okay. council in 85 minutes. That's terrific. The other thing. No, I haven't. Boy, oh boy. I'm going to put a... just take care of this. Here you go. All right, everybody with us? 1, 2, 3, 4. You okay? Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to call item number 10. Any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have items 33 and 34, R13-2009 and R14-2009, resolutions for Special Improvement District number 1485. Staff's asked to strike. Item 45 is temporary approval of the supper club license doing business at Kalex Jazz Club, 4760 West Sahara Avenue, Suite 13. Staff's asked to strike. Item 48 is a nonprofit club, general license doing business at IBPO Elks of the World, Tommy J. Stanton, 902 West Owens Avenue. Staff's asked that to be held in advance until our April the 1st, 2009 meeting. And item 49 is appeal of work card denial for Charles C. Blaylark, 7C Seafood Restaurant, 808 West Lakeview Boulevard. Staff's asked to strike. Item number 50 is appeal of non-renewal of a burglary alarm service license doing business at Pinnacle Security, LLC, 1290 South Sand Hill Road. Staff's asked to strike. Council members, are there any other items we need before at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion to bring these items forward, take the appropriate action, please.
Okay, please vote. Post.
Oh. I voted on the other one.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. May the record reflect that I'm excusing for purposes of the general meeting Councilman Ross and Councilman Steinman. We will be hooking up with them on an item later on this morning, but for the time being, they are excused from the meeting. Item number 11 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting of February the 18th, 2009. May I have a motion to approve the minutes, please?
Yes, Your Honor, no additions or deletions. I'll make a motion for approval of the minutes, please.
Thank you. Let's vote. This little thing is post. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 12 through 34, with the exception of 33 and 34, are considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items the council wishes to bring forward at this time from the consent agenda? All right, hearing none, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor, I make a motion to approve items 12 through 32 with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, may the record reflect a yes on behalf of the councilwoman. Very good. Sure, let's vote again then, just for purposes of the record. I like playing with this thing anyhow. I can't find it. Where is it? Here. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Motion carries. Thank you. 35 is a public hearing on permanent closure to vehicular traffic on Boulder Avenue, an 80-foot public right-of-way between Main Street and First Street. This is in Ward 3. Mr. Cervantes. This is a public hearing, and I now declare it open. Be happy to hear from you, Mr. Cervantes.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. This item is to close off Boulder Avenue between Main Street and First Street for the construction of the Boulder Plaza Park. It'll be closed to vehicular traffic but still open to pedestrian traffic. It's not a vacation or right-of-way. It will remain public right-of-way but only prohibit vehicular traffic. As part of the improvements to the area, we're going to include decorative pavements, shade trees, benches, and some spherical concrete decorative pieces out there. The idea is to create an area where sculpture pieces can be put out there. As part of this project, we've been working with the Las Vegas Sculpture Park Board to come up with a design. We will be bringing an item in the near future where it's an interlocal agreement with them, where they will do the operation and maintenance of the facility. In their February board meeting, the board voted to approve the design as shown, and there's members of the board here if you would like some questions from them.
Very good. Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. If anyone would like to be heard, please come up and give us your name and address. Be happy to hear from you.
Good morning, Dick Geyer, 8260 Hilton Head Court. I'm the president of 18B, the Neighborhood Association in the Arts District, and also the advisor for the Sculptor Park Board. The first thing we want to say is how grateful we are for these funds to build this park. It will be a new amenity for the Arts District, and we certainly can use everything possible to move that area forward. On the other hand, the situation today financially for the various arts organizations in this city is difficult, to say the least. Therefore, it is going to be even more difficult for us to raise any substantial funds to move forward with the proposed sculpture which will go in this park. We don't have even a timetable at the moment, as we see our friends at the Ballet and the Philharmonic and, of course, the closed Museum of Art all struggling themselves. But in the meantime, once it is completed, it is our intention to use it for various activities, art shows, musical performances, what have you. It's going to be a beautiful area with the paving and the trees and the benches. It will be fenced in so that we can close it off when we need to, but basically, of course, it will be open to the public as it is a public park. So once again, thank you very much, and we do appreciate all the work that the city has been doing with us on this public park and on the GAM for over 3 years. We really do sincerely appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Would anyone else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Thank you very much. No motions required. We're going to move on to item number 36. 36 is a public hearing to consider report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of vacant or abandoned dangerous building located at 1820 Cedar Avenue in the amount of $2,011.35 and assess a maximum of $54,850 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is XACT Funding, LLC, and this is in Ward 3. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Mr.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of this property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired WA Construction to remove high dead, dry vegetation, trash debris, board all openings to City of Las Vegas specifications, remove van and camper from north side yard, post no trespassing vehicle or dumping signs. To date, there have been 7 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of August 2007 was $116,813. The recommendation is that the City of Las Vegas approve the report of expenses to include $1,749 for work completed by WA Construction, LLC, in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $2,011.35, and consider assessing a maximum of $54,850 in daily civil penalties.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Smith? Is a representative of XACT Funding here today? Do you know what that is, Mr. Smith? Is that I know it's a limited liability company, but do you know who the principals are, or are they locals?
That I would have to do some research on.
I see.
I know that we've made or attempted to make contact with them, but I don't know if they're local or out of state.
I see. All right. Would anyone like to be heard on this, please? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item and assess the maximum amount of $54,850 in daily civil penalties.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Your Honor, just for
Yes.
the record, it appears that they're out of Broomfield, Colorado.
Okay, well, they're going to be a little out of their pocket, too. Item 37 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of vacant or abandoned dangerous building located at 4512 Met Park Drive in the amount of $2,569.35 and assess a maximum of $54,850 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Bank U.S. National Association Trustees, and this is in Ward 3. It's a public hearing which is now declared open. Mr. Smith.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of this property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Service declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired WA Construction to remove high, dry, dead vegetation, trash debris, board all openings to City of Las Vegas specifications, and post no trespassing vehicle or dumping signs. To date, there have been 5 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of 2008 was $197,827. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include $1,649 for work completed by WA Construction, LLC, in addition to other fees for a total of $2,569.35, and consider assessing a maximum of $54,850 in daily civil penalties.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Smith?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Smith, is this a bank foreclosure, as far as you know?
It appears that it is, yes.
I mean, I'm looking at the backup, and I'm not sure exactly how to interpret this, but it looks like the bank may have become an owner of this property fairly recently. And my question is this: do we have any way, looking forward for the next year or two, when we're probably going to be seeing a lot of these bank-owned properties going into this kind of condition, to do anything now to put pressure on these banks to maintain the properties during the interim period between when they acquire them and then probably resell them on the market?
What we try to do is, if we can identify, even at the time, if it's still owned by the current owner, we try to identify who the bank that has the note on that property, and we attempt to contact them. Several of the financial institutions out there have moved forward and come to the table with us, and they go out and they clean the properties up as soon as we've notified them. It appears that this particular bank received 2 certified letters that they actually received, and we got the cards back on, so they were aware of the condition.
But you don't have any other power other than the current abatement process, if you will, a nuisance process as far as city codes. You don't have anything else. I mean, is it worth exploring to see if we as a council can pass new ordinances to put a little bit more teeth in your efforts to make sure that the banks that don't respond would be more responsive to the neighborhoods?
Absolutely.
Okay, just, food for thought. Maybe it's worth exploring. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilman.
I'd also like, I agree with what Councilman Wilson is saying. And couldn't we at least state the banks that aren't responding in our meetings? Could you tell us who they are?
I would have to do some research. Actually, the ones that are responding, Countrywide has been very responsive to us. Velo Mortgage has been very responsive to us, and I would have to see who else it is. But those 2 I know, because as soon as I contact them, they have a representative get with me and go out and take care of the problems. So those 2 I know have been very responsive to us.
I just think that for people who are very responsive, we should at least let their names be known, so at least people know that they do follow through.
And they have. They've taken care of all the problems that we have a representative that we contact.
I noticed in the list you just gave me, I don't recognize any name that received any of the TARP money. They've kept that to themselves. Thank you.
All right. Do you know, Mr. Smith, whether Bank U.S. National Association is a local company?
That's out of Maryland.
Out of Maryland.
Frederick, Maryland.
All right. All right. The public hearing, would anyone like to be heard?
I would.
Yes, ma'am.
I actually represent the bank.
Oh, okay. This is a good thing. Come on up, please, and identify yourself.
Good morning. My name is Shelley Miller.
Please
I'm a
speak
local-
into the mic, please.
Hi, my name is Shelley Miller. I'm a local real
Is the
estate.
mic on?
It seems
Could
to
somebody
be.
help her? It is on? Okay.
It's on.
All right.
I'm a local real estate agent here in Las Vegas, and
Yeah.
I actually work for not necessarily this particular bank. It's owned under the umbrella of Wells Fargo, and I can kind of help him with some of that information. Premier Asset Services is the company that I actually work for, and they deal with a group of investors that are sort of under the umbrella of Wells Fargo. So you're never going to get a consistent group of, or a consistent bank that is responsible for every one of their properties. And he's very correct in particular with this property, 4512 Met Park. The bank only recently became, I think, the legal owner. I was assigned the property late December, early January, and on the 6th of January, as soon as I was, did my process, I had the property trashed out, cleaned out, and took on the responsibilities of maintaining the yard, making sure that the things in the house were safe. But until I know it's my property, I don't know to go in and do things for it. And until I'm the one that's identified here on the deck, they don't really know what's wrong with the property. And I know that this particular entity is extremely responsive. That's why I'm here this morning. We got the notice, and it was like, okay, who can we send down there? And since it's my property, I'm here. Whatever questions you have.
Right, well, basically what we've done as a council is we recognize that a blight is being created in our community by these vacant houses. That recognition has taken place years ago, even before we went into this economic recession. And we decided we were going to do something about it by teaching lessons, and that's this area of the civil penalty that you heard was being imposed on the last item. It's been our philosophy that if in fact a property owner contacts the city and speaks to Mr. Smith, that certainly we're not going to impose some kind of draconian penalty upon somebody who wants to cooperate with us. But those who are leaving their properties in a state of disrepair and causing problems where children could get hurt, where homeless people can enter, and which are a blight on the neighborhood because it brings down the property values, we are imposing these penalties. So is your organization in a position where they're going to agree to pay the basic costs at this time?
And you're speaking the basic cost of the
on this
2000
particular matter, that's $2,569.35.
I think they'd be happy to pay that.
Okay, well, that's what we're trying to do here, because we don't take any joy or pleasure in imposing these civil penalties. But if people ignore us, they're going to pay us. And that's basically what's taking place here today. I just wanted to ask that question. Thank you.
And I'd certainly like to get contact information from you, so if there's something that we can do going forward, I'd
Perfect.
really be happy to do that.
Very good. Well, I think this is working then. Yes, sir. Did you want to be heard?
I think he may be the man who bought the property at auction.
Oh, no. He left town. This gentleman he's an apparition. He's not here. Whatever you're going to hear.
I don't own a decent pair of shoes.
Not only
whatever.
didn't he buy the property, he's not here. He left town about,
I hate
I'd
to
say,
do
8
this.
months ago, and was never coming back.
Be nice, Oscar. I'm gonna jump on you later. You're really out of order.
Okay.
Hold on a moment, okay?
Yes.
Don't make me chew you, please.
No, not today.
I'm serious about that. I'm only up here for a basic purpose, to help you collect money that is needed. I only come here because this to mention a bank. Listen, whether it be a bank or private owners, people are neglecting property, and there's taxes due on property. Any property that's a structure that is still standing, you understand? It should be on the tax roll some kind of way. A lot of abandoned properties, not only are they abandoned, but you get no tax revenues from that property. They're just sitting there going bad, being destroyed, and becoming a public nuisance, whatever. But a lot of this property, when these banks own these properties, I want you all to make them pay up the back due taxes. The bank is anybody that own property owe yearly taxes, okay? When you're losing a lot of money on the tax table because you going around cleaning it up and charging $500, $10,000 or whatever, that's a joke. Get the taxes. All property belongs to somebody, if nothing but a vacant lot. Excuse me. Get the taxes.
Okay, we got it.
Please. Thank you. I mean, and start on the banks right away. The government working on the banks, so y'all might get in on the act too. Get the money. Banks got money. They can pay you. Thank you. Let them start with the taxes, please.
Did you say taxes?
I might start paying yours. Be nice.
There you go. All right, would anyone else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. I have a motion, please.
Yes, Your Honor, I would move to follow staff's recommendation for the total fees of $25,669.35, and I will ask at this time that we waive the $54,850 because the young lady came here today, and if we have any problems with this property, we can bring it back in and institute that $54,850 fine.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 38 is the public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 3120 West Washington Avenue in the amount of $4,278.35 and assess a maximum of $39,700 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is GMAC Mortgage, LLC, and this is in Ward 5. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Mr. Smith.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired WA Construction, LLC, to remove refuse waste from all yards, secure side gate yard, and clean. To date, there have been 10 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of November 2008 was $110,500. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include $1,049 invoice for WA Construction, LLC, in addition to other fees for a total of $4,278.35, and consider assessing a maximum of $39,700 in daily civil penalties.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Smith? Folks, public hearing. Is the property owner here GMAC Mortgage, LLC? That sounds like a big company. Is that the GMAC that we always hear about?
I believe it is, and just for the record, that is out of Fort Washington, Pennsylvania.
I think that is the GMAC. Well, they can afford to pay a fine then. Okay. Anybody like to be heard on this? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Smith, for your due diligence with this property. I've seen a number of properties in my district that look even worse than this, so I can't wait for us to address those addresses as well. With that being said, I would like to move forward to follow staff's recommendation to find this property in the amount of $4,278.35 in addition to the daily penalty of $39,700. That will be my motion at this time.
Let's vote on that. Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 39 is a hearing to consider the appeal regarding the 10-day vacate nuisance notice and order to comply located at 824 Langtree Drive. The property owner is Noelia J. Velasco, and this is in Ward 5.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Smith. Is the property owner present? That would be Noelia J. Velasco. All right. Go ahead.
The purpose and background is the subject property was determined to be a public nuisance as defined in Las Vegas Municipal Code, Title 904.020, dealing with public nuisances, and Section 202 of the Uniform Housing Codes. A 10-day notice to vacate, a 10-day notice in order to comply was mailed to the property owner to correct the public nuisance as defined in the Las Vegas Municipal Code, Title 904.020, dealing with the public nuisance, in Section 202 of the Uniform Housing Code. A copy of the notice was also posted on the property. Today's hearing is to consider the appeal of the 10-day notice to vacate, notice in order to comply, filed by Neola Velasco, owner and responsible party. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the 10-day notice to vacate in order to comply.
All right, thank you. Councilman, the appellant is not here. Do you want to proceed forward?
It's interesting as to why, in fact, she would send us a letter which was stamped approved February 12, 2009, and then she's not here. So have you been in contact with her, Mr. Smith?
Not since we received the appeal notice.
Okay, then Mayor, what I would like to do to make sure that there wasn't a miscommunication on our part and to provide some level of assistance, if you will, to the letter that was submitted to the city. I would like to obey it 2 weeks and see if you can reach out to her.
Absolutely.
And let her know that she's due to be here at the next meeting, and if in fact not, then I will be in a better position to make a decision 2 weeks from now.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
Did she sign for the certified letter that we sent to her noticing her of this meeting?
No, I've received them back, unable to forward.
Yeah.
All right, there's a motion to obey for 2 weeks. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 40 is thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Item 40 is discussion and possible action concerning the status of the 2009 legislative issues. Mr. Knight.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the Council. Chris Knight, Director of Building and Safety, here to give you a brief status update on the 2009 legislative session. I gave you a rather lengthy briefing at your normal briefings this week, so this morning I'll kind of cut some of that short. First, to talk about the city's bills. We have 3 bills up at the legislature. The first one is AB 44, which is the Local Government Stabilization Fund bill, where we're trying to increase the percentage of our operating revenue that we can have in a stabilization fund. That bill was heard on February 17th. We have been providing information to the chairman of the committee and the committee members to answer questions they have about how that actually would operate, and we're working with the chair and the committee members to move that bill forward in passage. AB 48, which is a bill that allows for us to resolve construction contract disputes by processes other than arbitration. Since the bill was heard, we have been working with the Association of General Contractors, who expressed some opposition to the bill and concern, to come up with an amendment that addresses their concerns and still allows us to have other methods available to us to address contract disputes, and that's the language of the amendment that we've agreed to, and that will be going forward for adoption as well. AB 94, which is a bill that deals with our redevelopment areas and the tourism improvement districts, has not had a lot of movement, but there has been a lot of discussion about redevelopment areas and our redevelopment authority and issues related to that, and we're hoping that as we provide more information and as we have these discussions, that sooner or later we'll get that bill moving and tracking forward. A couple of bills of interest for you. Senate Bill 144, which is a bill that deals with bomb squads. When the bill was first heard, they had recognized that this was an issue between the City of Las Vegas and Metropolitan Police Department, and asked that we work out an agreement between those two, between us and the Sheriff's Office. Fire Chief Gammon has been working with Sheriff Gillespie on this bill. They have a draft of an MOU. They needed more time. The committee has given them until March 25th to get the agreement completed, along with some amendments to the bill. So after that date, we'll give you a further update on the status of that bill. SB 173, which is a bill that deals with bus turnouts, which had the potential to be a very expensive bill for us. And our Director of Public Works, Jorge Cervantes, has done yeoman's work in working with the Regional Transportation Commission Director, Mr. Jacob Snow, to get some amendments in that bill and get that bill moving forward, so that the programs that we have in place related to developing bus turnouts, we get the credit for them, and then we have a cooperative position moving forward on that bill. So it looks like we've been able to get amendments to that bill and address our concerns and address the concerns of the agency that really had that bill brought forward. Another bill, AB 80, which is a subject matter that's a carryover from the 2007 legislative session relating to the location of sewer laterals on private property. There's been a movement to want to have city crews locate sewer laterals on private property. Once the sewer lateral leaves our mainline service, we have no idea where it goes. Finding and locating those would be a very expensive and very labor-intensive process, and it has been requested by the utility companies at the time they do excavation. I think the agreement we've come to is that we will locate where the sewer lateral comes into our main line, and from there the private owner was responsible for telling the utilities where their sewer lateral runs. And we think we've reached a compromise on that, and that bill will move forward as well. AB 130, which is a bill that directly affects this council and your representation on the Fiscal Affairs Committee of the Metropolitan Police Department. It is a bill that says that the group that is negotiating any labor agreements would be the final authority on those agreements, which in essence to us means that that bill would not come back to the Fiscal Affairs Committee, in which we have a representative sitting on that. Those agreements have a fiduciary impact on the city of Las Vegas, and I think we've been trying to protect the council's ability to have input into those decisions and have review authority over those positions.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Mr. Knight, please. On this bill, I understand that there's been a suggestion by the county that they would like to see the membership on fiscal affairs not be equal, like 2-2, right as it is right now, with an independent. They would like to see it be 3-2 in favor of the county, and because of the amount of money involved at all times with this board, it still has to, I don't care whether it's 3-3, 4-4, whatever, we have to be on an equal footing as the county. I think 2-2 is fine. If they want to have it 3-3, whatever, but again, it has to be equal because of the money involved.
I was going to bring that up, and we were going to ask for direction, so we'll take that as direction from the council.
Thank you.
That will be our lobbying position.
Sorry, if you don't mind, I just want to echo Mayor Pro Tem Reese's position. I'm on that committee with Mayor Pro Tem Reese, and I think it's extremely important that even though our share is a little less pursuant to the formula, it is still a significant amount of money that we're responsible for and that we oversee. So I think that Mayor Pro Tem Reese's position, I want to echo that and urge you to push that position.
Yes, sir. We'll do that.
Well, not only that, these two representatives on fiscal affairs, they basically bind the council. So I don't want to lose any kind of representation when I'm going to be bound or the other members of the council are going to be bound. I think that's a very important consideration. So we fight for that one.
Yes, sir. Okay. We have the orders. Okay. The last bill I was going to report on is AB 233, which is a bill that deals with an issue that we've had for a long time. It's not so much of an issue today, but probably will come back at some time, and that is a copper theft bill. And I just want to, there was a bill put forward that addresses that issue, that calls for some licensing requirements and makes it more difficult to do copper theft, which we provided a lot of information to the bill sponsor. He used that in his testimony, and that bill was passed and amended out, so we're getting some help with that issue as well.
If I could, Chris, could I ask Mr. DeFiore to come forward, please? Your Honor, if I could.
Sure.
Jim, I don't want to put you on the spot, but this here just came up. Is it not true that you've been working with a group of union representatives locally here with the local entities on the same type of a bill as the copper theft?
We've been working with the members of the industry on the recycling industry, and also members of the local electricians and one other organization. Yes.
This won't interfere with what we're trying to do, will it?
No, I don't believe it will.
You'll just strengthen it, right?
Well, hopefully it will. We're actually following this bill with the state, and we have our bill that we have in almost ready in draft proposal for us to move forward with as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to let you know, this week there's a lot of movement between now and Monday of this week. There have been over 220 bills that have been what you call dropped or introduced, that we're in the process of reviewing those.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, and I understand, Chris, that Assemblyman Segerblum has brought forward or introduced a bill in regards to localizing all of the elections at the same time.
Yes, sir. We've seen a bill draft request of that. I don't know if in those 220 bills if his bill is included in that, but we are expecting a bill to come forward.
Well, I just want to put on record, and the other council members probably have their feelings also, but, it seems like our election always follows the big general election in the fall of the year. And I hate to say this, but I spent over $600,000 in my last election to get 2,100 votes. And I had many, many people say, well, I thought you were just reelected. I would go to a door and they said, well, when are you going to take your signs down? And I really believe that if there is a bill out there that is trying to put all the elections at the same time, there's probably a lot of pros and cons for it or against it, but I really think that I know in other entities, like up in Reno, they have all the elections at the same time, and I think it would be maybe not too much of a money saver for us, but I think we need to kind of track that and see where we're at.
Yes, sir. When that bill comes out, we'll give you a report on it. We'll probably come and ask for direction from the council on that bill and how you want to go on it.
The other system's been tried, and to me it doesn't work. I don't like it, and so I would like to see it change if we could.
And once we see the details of the bill and can explain the full impact of the bill to you, if you still feel the same way, we'll take direction on that. But we want to look at the bill first.
Any comments or questions of Mr. Knight? All right, may I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor, I move to accept the report as given and ask Chris to please keep us informed.
All right,
We'll do our best.
Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 41 is report and possible action regarding the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act and its possible benefit to the city of Las Vegas. Mr. Adams.
Good morning. Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. The city manager asked that I coordinate efforts within the city to pull the different departments together that are working on how we could access the federal stimulus funds, which, as you may know, is now, the act is called the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act. So as a group, we're going to go through a very brief overview of how we expect the city to access these funds. As you know, we've all read the newspaper. There's a great deal of money available at the federal level and being funneled now down into the state. I'm going to just give you a real quick overview of our efforts to access those funds. This is a real quick summary of ARRA, as it's called. It was signed into law in February. There's $787 billion federally. There's $311 billion in spending appropriations and $476 billion in tax provisions. And this is coming right off of recovery.gov, and it lets you know that there is a new website now set up federally for this. It's expected to create or save 3.5 million jobs over the next 2 years. A great deal of funding is coming into Nevada. It's in various categories. As you can see on the overhead here, it's fairly self-explanatory. There are some very large funding categories in transportation, education, social services, and then certainly state fiscal relief. There was large allocations going to the states to help them plug their budgets during this economic downturn. There's other provisions.
Pardon me. Was that chart to the state of Nevada or to the city of Las Vegas?
No, that's to the state of Nevada. At the top, it's a Nevada allocation. Now, we'll get into how each of our functions here will be trying to tap into either some of these allocations or go direct to the federal government to get additional funds.
Mr. Adams, Mayor?
Yes.
Just for another piece of clarification, if you go back to the last slide, these line items here, you're saying all of this money comes to the state and they would basically be distributed?
Yes. Well, actually, some of it goes to the state and some of it comes to us direct to different municipalities in different areas. But what they've done is they've identified state by state how much funding is coming to each state out of the bill based on either formulas, entitlements, or other shares as it comes into the state.
And you'll break it out as far as what goes to the state and what specifically.
Yeah, we could get you that separately.
Municipalities?
This breaks down into literally dozens of programs.
Okay.
And we just couldn't put, for the sake of brevity this morning, we couldn't put all that on the overhead. We can provide that to you in a separate format. In fact, we're issuing a city manager's information report that will give you those breakdowns. But it is a massive bill. I can speak from experience in the 32 years I've been doing it, I have never seen anything like this at the federal level. And as we go through some of these, we are not going to be able to answer a lot of detailed questions on these yet because the federal agencies haven't promulgated the rules and regulations regarding these specific initiatives. In fact, we have designated a czar. The Vice President asked each city and state to designate a czar, and they used that term, we didn't, who are all meeting today in Washington. We've designated Romeo Betty within our department, and I want to credit Romeo for a lot of the work pulling a lot of this together. He's there in Washington meeting with all the different states and cities to get more about how these funds are going to be released and some of the expectations that the federal government will have on cities and states and how to manage these funds.
Now, I understand you gave us a caveat there, and I could appreciate that as far as specifics and having answers, but is this over a 10-year period of time that we're supposed to get this money, or is it a one-time shot?
It's over roughly a 2 to 3 year period. Most of this money is coming down through already existing federal departments and in a lot of cases already existing federal programs where they've simply increased dramatically the allocation of those already existing federal programs and said you're either going to get more money under those programs by entitlement or you'll be able to compete for these dollars under these already existing programs. Some of them are fairly specialized new programs, sort of subsets or part of already existing departments and programs, and some of it has already had the regs issued, because I'll give you an example. EDA, Title I Public Works money, one of the ones we're going after. It's a program that exists. The stimulus bill just added another $150 million federally against that program. That just means there's more money for everybody to compete for. So that's generally how that's being done. They've just expanded dramatically by program and by department at the federal level the amount of funds, and then the effort is to get it into the communities and into the states as quickly as possible.
I understand that one or more governors are rejecting the monies that are being tendered under the stimulus plan. Do the cities have any say concerning that rejection?
I understand that argument that, particularly I believe in unemployment assistance, there's some expectations.
I think the governor, when I was back in D.C. last week on behalf of the Convention Authority, I met with a friend of Ms. Fretwell's, who is Mr. Agnew. He is the president's, representatives as far as mayors and municipalities were concerned, and wanted to ask him basically what standing, if any, the city has to object to this. And he was saying that the governor of South Carolina apparently has very libertarian type leanings, and he's rejected all the stimulus funds. And as far as I'm concerned, as long as they're legal and they're green, I want to get them.
You're going to see as we walk through some of these, you really can't see any reason why you would ever want to reject some of these. The benefit that comes into the community as a result of these dollars is incredible. So, but with that being said, I'll say this at the end again as part of the presentation. We will vet. We have a grant coordinating committee. We'll be vetting out these requests to be sure that we're not obligating ourselves to some things, either operationally or from a capital standpoint, where there's no net benefit to the city. I think one of the things we're going to look at is there a net benefit of applying for these funds to the city, and it doesn't increase our obligation operationally or in some way that it costs us more money than we're getting. And that's something we're going to be taking a hard look at.
Mayor, if I may, just another point of clarification on that. I think we also have to look at every one of these grant issues to make sure that it aligns with the direction you've provided to us. Because the last thing we want to do is chase grant dollars into new areas of service delivery that then 2 years from now we can't sustain. Mm-hmm. And I think to some degree that's what some of the governors are struggling with in figuring out how much they can accept and how much of a hole does it create 2 years from now for them that then they may just be delaying massive cuts. So it's a balancing act for the states, but it's also a balancing act for us in trying to make sure that we align to your priorities based on the changing needs of the community in light of this economic downturn. So you'll see more of these reports as we move through this process so that we're not overcommitting, getting into a business that you don't support or don't think the community needs just because there's a grant dollar dangling out there that we might think we should go after. We want to make sure that we're not just chasing the money to get it. We want to make sure that it works here and it's something we can sustain.
And I appreciate that. You're going to have to hold me back. Councilor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Scott, this question may be premature. If it is, let me know. But with our unemployment rate approaching or at 10%, are you able to equate what this money is going to do for the Las Vegas Valley on the issue of jobs? We've got a lot of money coming. Is it going to put people to work? And in the varying categories, some of them, all of them, how do you respond?
That one, we haven't really done that calculation. I mean, you clearly could through construction employment. I know, for example, when I did look at some of our big projects, when we first attempted to get them in the stimulus bill and they decided not to do earmarks, that the construction employment on several of our large projects, the City Hall, the Union Park infrastructure, the Performing Arts Center, when you totaled up all that employment, construction employment, and looked at the unemployment rate at that time, it would have reduced unemployment in the valley by about 0.5%, which is significant. We have not made that calculation on all of this that we're presenting here. At this point, we're getting our arms around what's available, how we can access it, and I think at some point when we start to roll that up, we might be able to estimate what that is. But we're still getting our arms around it because it's a massive program. It's it's almost $1 trillion. Nothing has ever been done like this at the federal level. There's some more passive things going on too. There's a lot of tax provisions. They're not giving you money, they give you favorable tax treatment on things like bonds, tax credits, things where we're going to look at these to see if they can apply to some of the projects we're working on. And then there's a whole category of competitive grants, and there's just a couple here we mentioned, telecommunications and health. We'll talk about some of these as we get on in the presentation, where we actually have to compete with other communities and other states for accessing those funds. Our efforts to date is we formed a stimulus grant coordinating committee. This has been an ad hoc committee that we put together very quickly. We're inventorying all the key programs that we're applying for via a tracking sheet, and we're identifying the competitive and non-competitive funding. I'll mention again that some of this funding comes to us by right, by entitlement. For example, the Community Development Block Grant Program that Steve will talk about, they've just bumped up our allocation, and some of them we actually have to file a competitive grant application. And there's no guarantee you compete with other communities for those funds. We've identified a lead within each department that's working on stimulus funding. They all serve on this committee. And then the effort here is to collaborate between departments to eliminate duplication. We have already identified one instance where two departments were going after the same grant funds. We don't want that to happen. And we want to maximize our return. We want to get as much as we possibly can for the community. This gives you a quick idea of what we're using. This is a tracking sheet that we put together. It lists every project we're working on and all the important things we need to know about it so that we can better coordinate amongst each department of the various funding sources that we're looking at. Now I'm going to go into a quick department overview. I'm going to have Steve Harsons make this part of the presentation.
Steve Harson, Director of Neighborhood Services. Quickly, through the Homeless Prevention Grants, which is also known as ESG, Emergency Shelter Grant, there's $1.5 billion nationwide that is being allocated, again, through the ESG program. The city anticipates an allocation of $2.1 million of these funds, which can be focused towards homeless prevention, including foreclosure prevention and intervention, such as short-term rental assistance, credit repair, housing search assistance, and security and utility deposits, or things of that nature. With regards to the NSP, we refer to it as NSP2. The Neighborhood Stabilization Plan funds $2 billion nationwide is being available, and this time it's through a competitive process. Unlike the first NSP, nonprofits as well as for-profit and nonprofit partnerships may compete for the new NSP funds. So we will be looking to develop partnerships with the public and private sectors to develop a highly competitive application. With this new allocation, we're looking to apply for up to $30 million, if not more, given our foreclosure rate remains among the top 3 in the nation.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Let me just stop you there. I was just back in D.C., Stephen, this week, and I met with the federal delegates, all the federal state, Nevada state delegates, and on behalf of the Housing Authority. And this item came up, the Neighborhood Stabilization Fund. I understand that the City of Las Vegas received approximately $20.6 million,
Yes.
and as of yesterday, the RFP went out on the street from the City of Las Vegas in regards to that. Is that correct?
Yes. Quick little update on that program. We did get $20.6 million that was approved by HUD. We should be getting the agreements from Washington by April 1st. Once I get those agreements, I'll be putting on a council agenda to accept those. Of the programs that we identified in that NSP portion, we are getting the Homebuyer Assistance Program off the ground first. So our goal is to have that come on the streets by May or by mid-May. And to prepare for that, we did the RFP on the housing counseling piece, because that is a requirement of the homebuyer assistance. The other 2 pieces being the lease-to-own program, as well as the scattered site housing, will be shortly following, and we will get those completed by May, June at the latest.
Okay, so the money should be released by April 1st because, to my understanding, being that it was approved and, it was laid out last June or July of 2008.
Yes.
We had a deadline of December 1st to have our program in order as far as how, in fact, we were going to utilize the monies.
Yes.
However, the monies have not been released as of to date.
When we got it into December 1st, they had until mid-February to respond. When they responded and we got approval, now the Department of OIG is going through putting all the agreements together. So now we're waiting on that. Once we get that, then that starts releasing the money.
Right. But does that shorten up the window now as far as the opportunity to utilize that money, being that it took the government so long to basically release those dollars?
From my understanding, the 18-month time frame on that program starts once the agreements are signed and accepted. So the time frame will start pretty much in April.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Wilson?
Recognizing that if we're not the leading state in the foreclosure ratings, we're certainly close to it. Where did we come to the figure of $30 million? Is that something that was as a result of a formula or a projected amount that we think we can get? How do we arrive at that figure?
At this point, it's a projected amount. Part of it was based on the past activity and how we've allocated the $20.6 million. Again, a lot of the challenges here are the dynamics of the whole foreclosure issue are changing. So while we maybe have some set ideas, as things are occurring, we're having to shift as we go through to try to make the program as effective as possible. And for example, I'll throw in there, we've done some foreclosure intervention workshops. What we're learning after doing some of those workshops is about, let's say, half of the individuals who have gone through some sort of modification, they are now going into default again on the modifications that occurred during one of our foreclosure intervention workshops. Because that's happening, the banking institution is now changing how they're approaching these kind of things. So all of these dynamics sort of impact what we do next. Where we thought we were going to go this direction, we're sort of having to rethink it and thinking another direction. But again, basically on the $30 million, there was no scientific. As I say, we're looking up to $30 million. Once we get our applications together, we may be going for more. A lot depends on the statistics we have at the time. And unfortunately, the statistics are going not in the direction we would like to see. Okay?
Thank you.
Real quickly, through the Department of Labor Workforce Training, $2.9 billion in federal funding is being made available through the Department of Labor for Workforce Training. Neighborhood Services will be competing for about $8.5 million in federal funds. This will be targeted for youth, adult deployment, dislocated workers as eligible initiatives that would directly benefit the City of Las Vegas. And again, this will be an initiative we'll be developing partnerships with, such as the Southern Nevada Workforce Investment Board. And then finally, through the CDBG grants, $1 billion nationwide is being allocated by formula through CDBG program. The city anticipates a direct allocation of $1.3 million to the city of Las Vegas for construction and infrastructure projects. These projects will be processed through the CIP committee, which is a capital improvement program, and ultimately will require city council approval for what projects do get funded. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jorge.
Wait, before you leave.
No. Yes.
You telling me they gave us $1 million?
1.3 million.
1.3 million for a capital? You can't build a toilet for it.
I agree. You can't build too much.
It's a joke.
That's what the allocation is right
Well,
now.
all they gave Nevada was $5 million. That's a joke, too.
You're right. But the joke's on us.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
With that, Jorge.
Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. Some of the transportation money is coming down. It's being funneled through existing federal agencies. Through the Federal Highway Administration, there's $26 billion that are being programmed for highway and bridge type structures. Of that's being funneled through existing formulas that the Federal Highway Administration has to states, and it's typically based on population and number of lane miles in each state. Nevada's share of that is about $201 million. Of that, $135 goes directly to NDOT for use at their discretion. However, there are stipulations on that discretionary spending. A percentage of it has to be used in rural areas. About 22% is being used for improvements to rural areas. 54% of the $135 million is being spent in southern Nevada. Part of the stipulation that NDOT has on that, half of their money has to be spent within 120 days or it goes back. The bill provides under the transportation portion that money has to be spent within a certain period or it goes back to a general pool. Those states that can't fulfill their commitments lose that money, and the rest of the states are eligible to apply for that money. The portion coming to Southern Nevada by formula is about $40 million. In addition to the highway and bridges, there's also transit money that's available going through the Federal Transit Authority, $8.4 billion of that. Of that, Southern Nevada by formula gets $33 million. And the projects that the RTC will be applying for are the ones that are listed here, the Downtown Transportation Center, the Northwest Park and Ride Facility, and the Boulder Highway System. All three of these projects benefit the city. They're either fully or partially within the city. In particular, the Boulder Highway ACE project is one where we'll see some medium landscaping modifications along the Boulder Highway coming in as part of this project. The City of Las Vegas distribution out of $40 million is $10 million. That's again based on the existing formula distribution of RTC money. The projects that we're going for are more rehabilitation type projects. One of the requirements, because it is federal fund, is you got to have all the environmental clearance through NEPA. When you do a roadway widening type project, the NEPA process is lengthy, 1 to 2 year type project, and this money would sunset by then. So we're doing mainly repaving projects and a couple of traffic signal projects with them. In addition to these projects you're seeing here, we have a list of about 8 or 9 additional projects that we're going to have ready. So as money becomes available, because other states can't fulfill their commitment of spending the money, we'll have projects ready to go and be able to qualify for those funds. Other potential infrastructure type projects that we'll be looking for funding either out of the Department of Transportation, Environmental Protection Agency, Department of Commerce money includes that are here. Union Park Infrastructure Phase 2, we're looking for some money to finish that work out there, mainly through the Department of Commerce. We're looking for some money for sidewalk and street light improvements in neighborhoods, put in street lights and sidewalks where none exist, and some neighborhood street rehabilitation money. The money that we get from the RTC is for construction of mainly collector and arterial type roads, and so this would be used for some more of our neighborhood streets. And then some money for some park improvements if that's available. Again, these are competitive type funding that we'll be applying for, not guaranteed, but we're going to compete for these. And now Tom Perry will come talk about the Planning Department.
Tom Perigo, Planning and Development Department. The Recovery and Reinvestment Act, essentially for energy, funded the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant, which was signed into law under the Energy Independence and Security Act of 2007. So this one's been around a little while, and in anticipation of the Energy Block Grant being funded eventually, at the city here we've enacted some policies and programs that are intentionally aligned with the Energy Block Grant. Specifically, the Sustainable Energy Strategy, which was adopted in September of 2008, has the goals of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, investing in renewable energy and energy conservation projects in city buildings, and also doing the same for community programs. The amount of funding that was allocated for the Energy Block Grant was $3.2 billion. $2.8 billion of that will come directly to cities and counties as entitlement. That will flow directly to the city. We're right now projecting that $34.2 million of that money will come to the state of Nevada. Again, a portion of that, based on formula, will flow directly to the city. That formula, we don't have those numbers exactly, but we can project that it will be anywhere from $3.5 to $5 million. In addition to the energy block grant, there was expanded funding for the clean renewable energy bonds and another bond that Scott talked about, the conservation bond. A combination of these three programs, we're looking at developing community energy projects and public facilities. The community energy projects combined, if implemented, will reduce community energy consumption by 2.4 million kilowatt hours annually, reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 1,700 metric tons, and saving citizens and businesses over $300,000 annually in energy. The public facilities for city operations, these programs combined will reduce the city's greenhouse gas emissions by 8,500 metric tons, saving approximately $2 million annually for the city, and reducing our energy consumption by 15 to 20%.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mr. Perigo, the formula, for point of clarification, the formula that is set, who sets the formula, I should ask? Is it the federal government that sets the formula, or is it the state that sets the formula as to the amount of money the state receives from the federal government and then the money that is passed down to the cities?
For the energy block grant, the formula, all the money goes through Department of Energy, but the money that comes to the city will be, we're an entitlement city, it will flow directly to us based on those formulas.
So bypassing the state?
Bypassing the state.
So that's a direct injection of capital?
Yes, that will come directly to the city.
Okay, and the formula, how was the formula based?
The formula is based on population. Basically what the law says is that cities over 200,000 population or the top 10 largest cities, top 10 largest counties in a state are entitlement cities and counties. And so then it's allocated based on a formula that considers daytime population. So our population is adjusted for people who go out of the city to work and people who come into the city to work. So there's a slight adjustment that goes on there, but essentially we're looking at about $3.5 to $5 million, and we should have those numbers real soon.
$3.5 to $5 million of the $34 million?
Of the $34 million.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
68% of that money goes to entitlement cities in the state. 28% will be available for cities that aren't entitlement cities that will go based on quality of the project. I believe the State Energy Office controls that money. And then there's small percentages that go to other organizations.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you.
From the Office of Business Development standpoint, we're going to be looking at bond programs and how we can use some of the new bond programs. There are some creative new bond programs that have been made available and how they could be potentially applied to some of the projects that we're moving forward. In particular, we're going to look hard again at new market tax credits because there was an enormous allocation made at the federal level of a new allocation of tax credits, in particular maybe how they can apply to the Mob Museum to cover any shortfalls there. We're going to look with Public Works at Economic Development Administration funding. There's one big program, the EDA Title I Public Works program, where you can apply competitively for Public Works grant. And of course, we've got a number of projects downtown and in other parts of the redevelopment area where we need Public Works. And then we've been working with Senator Horsford. He has actually just dropped a bill, SB 152, what he calls the Green Jobs Bill, where they will be funneling that $38 million of weatherization dollars through his Green Jobs Bill down into the community. And we're actually working with him on a project in West Las Vegas right now that might take place in Enterprise Park that will involve development of an incubator and a renewable energy improvements training and construction program. In the area of fire and rescue, I'll handle the ones from here on out. There's some FEMA grants that are discretionary by DHS that we're going to be looking at to tap for new fire stations. And then there's the State Fiscal Stabilization Fund that Fire and Rescue will be looking at to try to tap for equipment and vehicles. Same thing in information technologies. As you know, there's a major national broadband initiative. And so there's a couple potential competitive grants we'll be looking at there, one for expanding public computer center capacity, and another one looking at GIS and inmate and relative connection web services. In the criminal justice arena, there's a very large increase in allocation to burn JAG funds that support all components of the criminal justice system. all the different facets. The direct award to Nevada cities, counties, and municipalities is $9.1 million. $7.5 million of that comes into the Las Vegas Valley. Of that, $6.4 million will be coming to the city of Las Vegas and coordinated amongst all these different functions of the city. Of course, Metro is going to be very involved in working and coordinating all these efforts and receiving those criminal justice funds. In terms of our next steps, these department reps and our coordinating committee will be meeting on a bi-weekly basis initially while these funds are starting to roll out and become available. We'll keep tracking on an updated basis. As we get into the program, that tracking will probably become less frequent. We've actually established a SharePoint site that has all this information on it. We'll soon be putting a link on the intranet homepage, and the ARRA Grant Review Committee is established, and there will be grant committee review prior to submittal. I think, picking up on what Betsy said, we're clearly going to want to make sure that we stay aligned with your priorities, but also that there, again, is net benefit to the city resulting from these grants. We don't want to be applying for things that creates an obligation to us that's long-term, that really ends up causing us to spend more money than we're getting as a program and isn't aligned with your priorities. So that's a quick overview of where we're headed with this. It is definitely a work in progress. I know almost daily you're getting notices of funding availability from the federal government coming out of each of these programs, and we're going to continue to look at those and identify how we can access it.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
Do we have this in a written form?
Yes, we will be. We have developed a city manager's information report, and that will probably be promulgated here very shortly.
Okay, I would like to receive it, as I'm sure
Sure.
the other council members would, so because then you can dissect it better and look into each area. Thank you.
Certainly will.
And Mayor Goodman, real quick, Mr. Adams, the PowerPoint, is it up on the M Drive, or how will we be able to
Yeah,
access
it's on
this?
the M Drive right now under City Council presentations, and if you'd like, I'd be glad to. I don't think this is very large. I can distribute it to each of you by email as well.
If you will, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. May I have a motion, please?
I'll move to accept the report, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Ms. Bridges, I know that we have two council members who will be participating telephonically. Is this a good time to call that item, or should we wait about 10 more minutes?
Not very long.
All right, well, fine. Very good. Why don't you try to do that while we're doing this? Okay. Item 42 is discussion and possible action regarding the real property purchase and sale agreement between Stugatz LLC, Donald Charcho, trustee of the DLJ Marital Trust in the City of Las Vegas for real property, generally located at 500 South Main Street. This item is related to Council item number 43, which I'll read into the record. 43 is discussion and possible action regarding a lease termination agreement between Stugatz LLC, Donald Charchow, trustee of the DLJ Marital Trust, the Nevada Mint, Inc., doing business as Main Street Antiques, and the City of Las Vegas. And this is, of course, related to the previous item, number 42. These are in Ward 3. And Mr. Adams.
Scott Adams again, Director of Office of Business Development. These two items are related. In fact, there is a cross-contingency in each of these two agreements. They're predicated on each other. They both respect a purchase and sale agreement and lease termination agreement for a property and business located at 500 Main Street. Up on the overhead, I've shown you the location of the site. I'm going to give you a little bit of an overview from the overhead. This is the property in question that we have the purchase and sale agreement on and the lease termination agreement. The reason why we're acquiring this property is this entire property, we own the land that wraps around this site that we've previously purchased. With the completion of this purchase, we now have approximately 1 acre of a contiguous rectangular parcel for development of the proposed City Hall parking garage. The City Hall site is located here, and by reference, Union Park is over on the west side of the site. Should we not go forward with the development of City Hall, the site is critical for future access to Union Park. As you know, the only way to really get over there are the two underpasses at Bonneville and Ogden, and all of the property between the old part of downtown and Union Park is privately owned. So we really don't have a way to get across that property and ultimately in the future through a pedestrian overpass over the railroad track. So this site gives us that public access that we will need in the future to access from Main Street over into Union Park. The purchase and sale agreement is at a purchase price of $3.5 million with closing costs and our agreement to pay half of the tenant buyout. There is a business on the site, an antique store. We've reached agreement with that business owner to buy his lease out for $350,000. We've agreed to split that with the seller. So $175,000 will come out of their sale proceeds or purchase proceeds. And then the separate termination agreement provides for termination of the lease, and we would fund another $175,000. As a side note, we are working our department with this business on relocating the business elsewhere within downtown. In fact, they are looking at the potential of somewhere along East Fremont as a location to locate their new business. So we are wanting to keep them in the downtown area. Just by note, our most recent appraisal on this site was done in July of 2008. Our high appraisal on it was $2.8 million. So the total acquisition cost as a percent of appraised value is about 1.3. So it's under a general rule of thumb, if you can stay inside 1.5 times appraised value, you're generally in pretty good shape as in relation to an eminent domain proceeding. We did not want to use that on this project, and I think we were successful in achieving an arm's length transaction purchase at a reasonable value to be able to allow us to move forward. The funds are budgeted for this project. We have a budget available to make this acquisition. We contemplated the need for the site, both from a Union Park budget standpoint and the City Hall. So with all those considerations, staff recommends moving forward with both the purchase and sale agreement and the lease termination agreement.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions?
Mr. Mayor, I
Yes.
just want to ask this question because it's come to me from some of my constituents that listen to these meetings. A couple of times we've mentioned using eminent domain or why we're not using it. And earlier on, about 3 years ago, in this meeting, you stated this city would never use.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay.
We've been saying it for the past 10 years.
Okay, so I just want to have that repeated so that the people who are hearing, when they hear it mentioned, they think, oh, well, maybe we're going to go that way. But I tell them, no, we have said we're not, so I just wanted to
But
reaffirm
basically,
that.
our position restated on eminent domain is we will not take from a private party and give that to the benefit of another private party. We do use eminent domain, of course, on major public projects where we have to get a road or something like that, but that's a distinction. I think our philosophy is we're not going to take, as has happened in the past with the Pappas situation, from private and give it to private.
Clearly, the ultimate reuse of this site would be for a city-owned and operated public parking facility and would have warranted that, but it's always in the best interest of the city to reach an arm's length transaction. And the reason for pointing out the appraisal, the reason for pointing out where we stand in relation to the appraisal is that we were able to acquire this at a very reasonable value and avoid the very lengthy and not very enjoyable process of eminent domain. So anytime we can acquire it through standard means, we feel like we've achieved a victory in terms of getting it done in the right way as much as possible.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes, Councilor Barlow.
Mr. Adams, does the city currently own a parking structure in this area or this vicinity?
No, not that I'm aware of. All of our facilities, no, not a structure. It actually, let me point out as well, its location here, if we build this garage on this site, which this parcel is absolutely critical to, not only does it support as a garage the City Hall project, but nights and weekends, because it's right abutting Union Park. When we get the crossover over into Union Park from this site, from the garage over to Union Park, it becomes then a very critical support for the development of Union Park. It can be used nights and weekends for users of Union Park. For example, the Performing Arts Center and other projects becomes a very, very important piece of the parking puzzle at Union Park as well.
Now, are we looking at this parking structure as a income generating opportunity as well, such as the parking meters, or will this be a free parking space to support the surrounding developments to come online?
Well, I think probably a good analogy is the Stewart Avenue garage that adjoins the current City Hall. During the day, it gets used under the same policies and procedures that it currently does by city employees. There's a nominal charge to employees for use of the garage, but then anytime there's spaces available during the day and nights and weekends, there's a charge for parking in the garage, and it becomes a revenue-generating operation to help cover the costs of actually building the garage.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, item 42, with all conditions, please.
All right, on item 42, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. And 43, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Same motion for same reasons.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. All right, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Adams. All right, item 44. Yes. Oh, okay, very good. We're going to call item 62 at this point. And the record should reflect, and I'll ask whether they are. Is Councilman Ross there?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
Very good. And Councilman Steinman, are you there?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
Very good. We appreciate that. What item is that again? 62. Okay, very good. I will read this into the record. 62 is Bill number 2009-14, authorizes the issuance of the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, General Obligation Limited Tax Performing Arts Center bonds, additionally secured by pledged revenues, Series 2009, in an amount not to exceed $105 million. The ordinance is adoptable as if an emergency exists. It's proposed by Ms. Falder, who's the Acting Director of Finance and Business Services. And Mr. Vincent, we'd like to hear from you, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Mark Vincent, Acting Deputy City Manager for the City of Las Vegas. With me today is Don Snyder, who is the Chairman of the Board for the Smith Center for the Performing Arts. And I'll try to go quickly because I know we've got our councilman hanging on the line. Just real quickly, yesterday Clark County did approve our moving forward with our bond ordinance, which is a requirement of our interlocal agreement with them for the car rental tax. In addition to that, they will be issuing a $10 million bond, a $10,000 bond to start the clock for the car rental tax. In addition to that, this morning, which we'll be talking about a little bit later today, on the RDA agenda, we had a successful RDA bond sale this morning, so we are ready to go. And we're very encouraged by this, and we think these bonds are going to be well received in the market. We've had some good rating presentations, and so with your approval today, with this in this fast track approach, we expect to be selling on right around March 24th and closing by the 31st, and then we're ready to go.
Terrific. Mr. Snyder. Yes. No.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. This is really an important step. This has been a long road. I think most of you have been here for the duration, or at least close to the duration. But we are ready to go. I mean, we've said from the very beginning we didn't want to start this project until we knew where all the money was coming from, and so we've been working on both the public sector side with you as well as on the private sector side to do that. This is going to be an incredible project, and this is a milestone event. We're not there yet. The bonds need to sell, but we have the contractor ready to go. If there's any good news that comes out of the difficult environment we're in right now, is that costs have helped us a bit. So it's allowed us to stay true to our commitment to build a world-class facility and to do it within a reasonable budget. So we are ready to go. We're going to make you proud, and let's just get it done.
Well, this is once again one of these steps that puts us on the cusp and getting closer to becoming the world-class city that we talk about. We had the wonderful announcement, as you know, with the Lou Ruvo Brain Institute and its partnership with the world-class Cleveland Clinic. So we have that under our belt for all intents and purposes. And now when we have the Performing Arts Center, the Smith Center for Performing Arts, about to break ground with a very ambitious schedule for completion, once that goes up, that's going to be the cornerstone, I believe, of everything that's good that emanates from this community beyond being the world-class tourist destination that we are. It takes us to a whole new major league level, and you're right, this is a big deal day. It really is. Good job. All right, may I have a motion, please?
Yes, you want that bill read, Mayor?
Oh, please.
Okay. Bill number 2009-14, an ordinance authorizing the issuance by the city of its City of Las Vegas, Nevada general obligation limited tax Performing Arts Center bonds, additionally secured by pledged revenues, Series 2009, in the maximum aggregate principal amount of $105 million for the purpose of financing the cost of a building project, providing for adoption as if an emergency exists and providing other matters relating thereto.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Barlow, this is your motion, I believe.
Hey, Your Honor,
Yes,
let me make a comment.
certainly, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Vincent, I must say this. I am encouraged by these words from both you and Mr. Snyder, and if I dare say, Your Honor, that removing and stimulating the economy, so to speak.
No question about that, Councilman. We're stimulating the economy. We're stimulating our intellect in the community.
There's about 1,000 construction jobs involved in this project.
It's a big, big deal. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, thank you, and thank you to this council as well as the entire staff for a job well done. This, to me, is very exciting, specifically with the development of the Smith Performing Arts Center here, not only in the city of Las Vegas, but in Ward 5, and this is just another added development that we can tout as an entire community. And so with that, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation of this item and wish your entire staff, Mr. Snyder, for a job well done and much success in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Ross, how do you vote?
I vote in the affirmative, Your Honor.
Thank you. And Councilman Steinman, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you very much. And the rest of us, please vote and post. Can't find the little guy. Where'd he go? Here we go. Wait.
Making us nervous, Mr. Mayor.
No, it's not that. I'm computer illiterate. Here we go. Post. Motion carries. Congratulations.
Very good. Thank you very much. We'll make you proud.
Very good.
Thank you.
Item 44 is discussion and possible action regarding approval to transfer funds from the general fund, special revenue funds, internal service funds, and capital project funds into the fiscal stabilization special revenue fund pertaining to all wards. Ms. Falder?
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Good morning.
Candace Falder, Department of Finance and Business Services. I'm here today to request approval to transfer funding into the Revenue Stabilization Fund. I would like to give you a little update and a modification on this item. In October, we came to you, identified $47 million worth of funding that we had hobbled together through different funding sources to put in the special revenue fund for revenue stabilization. Subsequent to that, we've made a couple of changes to your backup documents. I'd like to give the clerk an updated sheet.
All right, make that part of the record, please.
We are requesting that this transfer in an amount equal to $50.5 million be authorized. And with that, the summary would be $11 million that we had previously identified from capital project fund reductions or eliminations. We have internal service funds with some fund balances that were made available from funding that was unidentified at the time, and we have also extended the useful lives on some of our assets within these internal service funds for $22 million. We have $11 million that would come from the general fund through three sources. One is the money from the LVCVA that is to be spent on parks. We will put that into the general fund for operations and maintenance of parks, freeing up $4 million. We have excess beginning fund balance from FY08 into FY09 of $2.89 million that we can use, and we're projecting an underrun of expenditures in the general fund, so we believe we can take partial underrun of $4 million, bringing that original $47 million up to the $50.5 million that I'm requesting approval for today.
All right, thank you. Any questions of Ms. Falder or comments? May I have the motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor, I move to follow Ms. Falder's recommendations.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 46 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new beer wine cooler on-sale license, subject to the provisions of the planning codes for Maharaja Palace, LLC, doing business as India's Grill at 222 South Decatur Boulevard. This will be heard in the afternoon session in conjunction with item 100, so we're going to move on to item number 47. 47 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new second-hand class 2C dealer license subject to the provisions of the Planning and Fire Codes for Zia Enterprises of Nevada, Inc., doing business as Zia Records at 4503 West Sahara Avenue. This is in Ward 1. Ms. Meyer.
Mayor, members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. The applicants that we have before you today with Zia Enterprises have met our criteria for consideration of temporary approval of this new Class 2 second-hand dealer's license, and my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions.
All right, thank you. Any questions, Ms. Meyer? Folks, would you please identify yourself for the record?
Jill Davis, Zia Records.
Brian Faber, Zia Records.
Be happy to hear from you if you'd like to say anything at this time.
We would just be glad to get this resolved.
All right, very good. We appreciate that. Are there any questions of the applicants? All right. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I just wanted to point out that this is a used record and audio type equipment. Isn't that correct? Audio.
Media, actually, CDs, DVDs, video games.
Because most people, when they hear secondhand, they don't realize you're focusing on DVDs and records and things along that line. So I wanted to point that out, and I think you've gone through a good approval process, and I move for approval. Thank you.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? I know it's rough. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Poor Councilwoman and myself are struggling. I understand. It's too easy. Item 51 is discussion and possible action regarding a new package license for Ramsey Suleiman, doing business as Super Azteca 2 at 3140 South Valley View Boulevard in Suite 3. This is in Ward 1. Mr. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, this application was first heard in September of 2008, and it was asked for an abeyance until this meeting, just to see what the type of activity was going to be over the previous 6 months. Mr. Suleiman does have currently a beer wine off-sale license, and his request today is for a package license. During the last 6 months, there have been 4 inspections of the business, 3 of which have come away with business license being in compliance. On February 18th, an inspection was conducted. One of the store clerks that was working for Mr. Suleiman was found to not have a proper work card to be able to sell beer and wine to the customer. Mr. Suleiman was cited for that, for allowing the employee to work without a work card, and he has an upcoming arraignment date in municipal court. We ran calls for service for this location over the last 6 months, and there was only one that could be attributed to the business, and that was an attempted burglary. So we don't consider that to be a very significant part of this review. What I'm willing to do today is to go forward with a recommendation of two items. One, that any calls to Metro from Mr. Suleiman or his employees would be reported to Business Services in writing within a 72-hour period. And then secondly, a 6-month review.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. DiFiore before we turn to Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown.
J. Brown, 520 South 4th Street. Excuse my cold. We'd ask the applicant, by the way, is also present, but why don't you note your name and address for the record?
My name is Ramzi Suleiman.
And the address?
3140 South Valley View, Suite number 3, Las Vegas, Nevada 89102.
We have both met with staff, and we'd appreciate if you'd follow the staff's recommendation.
And you agreed to the conditions?
Yeah, we've agreed to conditions, yes.
All right, fine. Are there any questions of Mr. Suleiman or Mr. Brown? All right, seeing none, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I would like to state that I hope, Mr. DiFiore, during the time, if this is granted, that you will keep a careful eye on this, because we don't want to have any more employees working without the appropriate verification. And I'm asking you to do that.
We will do that.
And so I move for approval.
All right, there's a motion. Let's vote, please. Host?
Thank you.
That's what it's supposed to be.
Motion carries.
Thanks.
Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Can I ask for clarification on that? I should have mentioned that the condition would be a 6-month review as a temporary license, and that not as a permanent license. And I would ask Mr. Brown if he would.
That was our understanding.
Okay, that was my understanding as well.
Okay.
Thank you very
Good.
much.
Okay.
Very good. All right, may I ask on the next items, should they be read together, Mr. Harsons? Yes. Items 52, discussion and possible action on an allocation of $5,068,721 in fiscal year 2009-2010 Community Development Block Grant funds to the City of Las Vegas by the Department of Housing and Urban Development. 53 is discussion and possible action on an allocation of $952,000 in fiscal year 2009-2010 housing opportunities for persons with AIDS, which is the acronym HOPWA. Grant funds to the City of Las Vegas by the Department of Housing and Urban Development. 54 is discussion and possible action on an allocation of $300,000 in fiscal year 2009 Home Investment Partnerships, the acronym HOME, Tenant-Based Rental Assistance, TBRA, grant funds to the City of Las Vegas by the Department of Housing and Urban Development. And 55 is discussion and possible action on an allocation of $226,273 in fiscal year 2009-2010 emergency shelter grant funds to the City of Las Vegas by the Department of Housing and Urban Development. All of these apply to all the wards. Mr. Harson.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Steve Harson, Director of Neighborhood Services. Before I turn the presentation over to Debbie Kinzora and Verla Davis-Hogard, Chair and Co-Chair of the CDRB, I'd like to give you a quick and brief overview of this year's allocation process. This year, Neighborhood Services approached the RFP process by giving priority consideration to certain programs and projects aimed at addressing the following priorities: homeless prevention and outreach, senior services, persons with special needs, and youth programs that focus on academic skills and early childhood development. A total of $2,198,707 was available to the CDRB to recommend for allocation. The funding sources of this amount come from CDBG, Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS, which is HOPWA, Emergency Shelter Grant, and Home Investment Partnership. As part of the overall process, Neighborhood Services works with the CDRB, which consists of 13 citizens appointed by the Mayor and Council. And in turn, CDRB represents the community by advising the City Council on the allocation of a portion of these funds. A total of 50 completed applications were submitted and forwarded to the CDRB for their consideration and recommendation. The request for federal funds totaled $3,842,593, which far exceeds the amount of available funds that we had to allocate. In keeping with the city priorities, this year CDRB's recommendations include 17 programs for homeless services, 3 programs for senior-related services, 11 programs provided for special need population, and 15 programs that provide youth-oriented programs. So with that, I'm going to introduce Debbie Kinzora.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Debbie Kinzora, Chair of the Community Development Recommending Board. The city is limited by federal regulations to allocating only 15% of its community development block grant funds to public service projects. The city set aside $156,046 in CDBG dollars to partially fund the community schools and leisure services community centers after-school and track break programs. The programs serve well over 4,000 low-income children throughout the city. These children receive tutorial assistance, cultural arts experiences, in addition to recreational activities after school and during track breaks. The board reviewed 36 CDBG public service applications from local nonprofit agencies, requesting a total of $1,465,595. The total funding available was $544,262. All applicants for each program were asked to prioritize their funding needs to assist the board in allocating such limited funding. Agencies were informed that the council priorities for this upcoming fiscal year were homeless outreach and prevention, youth programs focusing on academic skills and early childhood development, special needs populations, and seniors. The board recommended funding for 31 of the 36 CDBG public service applications in the total amount of $544,262 as listed in the agenda memo. The city is the designated recipient of Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS, HOPWA, funds for all of Clark County, Nevada. The board reviewed 6 HOPWA applications requesting a total of $1,188,371. The total funding available was $923,440. The board recommended funding for all 6 of the HOPWA applications in the total amount of $923,440 as listed in the agenda memo. This funding will provide services to address the needs of persons affected by HIV/AIDS, including rental assistance, affordable housing, case management, and emergency services. Now I would like to introduce Aurelia Davis Hogard, this year's co-chair, to summarize the remaining recommendations.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
It's my pleasure to be here this morning, and I'd like to thank my councilman for the opportunity to serve on this committee with this distinguished group of people. We do a lot of hard work. We meet regularly, and we have a very professional staff that we work with that keeps us focused. The board reviewed 2 home tenant-based rental assistance applications requesting a total of $700,000. The total funding available was $300,000. The board recommended funding for both applications in the total amount available as listed in the agenda memo. These home projects will provide rental and utility assistance to low-income families to prevent homelessness. The board reviewed 5 emergency shelter grant applications requesting a total of $319,781. The funding available was $214,959. The board recommended some funding for all 5 applications in the total amount available as listed in the agenda memo. These SG-funded projects will provide shelter to address the needs of homeless persons and operational costs for emergency shelters. Thank you very much. Deborah.
I'd like to introduce the other board members that are present.
Please have them come up when they're introduced.
Okay.
As well.
Carmen LaShawn Miller, Phyllis McFadden, and Tom McGrath.
Now, there are other members as well. These are the ones who are here.
Yes, these are the ones that are present today.
Are you able to give us the names of the others who aren't with us today so they can be recognized as well?
Sure. Other than the ones I've already introduced, Devendra Pappas, Peggy Pound, Israel Fuentes, Mike Acker, Pam Hartley-Kowalski, Anthony Bruges, Ann Blue, and Fatin Safula.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank, on behalf of the council, I want to thank each and every one of you because I know how hard you work and how tough the decisions that you make are, because everybody is making a worthy application and a righteous application to you, and it's not easy to sift through all of that. And I know you do your homework, and you take your job very, very seriously. And on behalf of the City of Las Vegas, we want to thank each and every one of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, may I have a motion, please?
Mayor, before the motion,
Yes.
I too want to congratulate everyone for participating in such an outstanding program that we have here at the City of Las Vegas. However, I do want to bring to an item to this council's attention that you all are familiar with, and it has to do with the homeless, specifically on Main Street, Four Master, Owens, and Las Vegas Boulevard. This council has allocated millions of dollars to the we call it the Corridor of Hope, formerly known as the Homeless Corridor, over the years, over at least the last 10 years that I've been a part of the city. And the problem that exists on these streets on an evening and nightly and daily basis has got to end. It really does. There's well over 100+ men and women in this corridor that is creating a major problem for the business owners, whether it be Thomas and Jones Funeral Home, the Herman Thrower, his property at the corner of Main and Four Master, Anderson Dairy. Now the agencies that assist the homeless are now coming forward and asking me what can I do to assist them. Mayor, I'll be the first to say I don't have an answer, because the City of Las Vegas, through its Neighborhood Services Department and code enforcement as well as rapid response, we clean this corridor on a weekly basis. A lot of defecation and urination in this area, and we come through and we clean it, and as quick as we clean it, it's as though we never have been to this location. I'm with the business owners as far as they're concerned. I'm with the administrators who are helping the homeless in this corridor. However, I believe there has to be a stronger, more direct approach as to how, in fact, we really transition these individuals, either whether they choose to be on the street voluntarily or involuntarily. I believe that this council, I'm pleading with this council for assistance.
It's interesting that you raise this at this point, Councilman, because this morning I was speaking to the Mayor Pro Tem, and he said, Mayor, go to your colleagues of the council. Go to Councilman Tarkanian, Councilman Wilson, Councilman Ross, Councilman Steinman. He says, Councilman Barlow knows what's there, I know what's there, and the Mayor Pro Tem knows what's there, and they have to look at it. It's an indictment against a system which allows a potential disaster to occur. This is just down the street from Anderson Dairy. And I've said before, and I'll say it again, the worst thing that could happen to this community is to have some E. coli type plague as a result of the defecation and the urination. I know there are a lot of do-gooders out there that don't like to hear the truth, but the truth is that these folks are right across the street from professional social workers, caregivers, and the professionals can't get them to move 3 steps into the facility where they could accept the social services that are available to them, the guidance, the good work of the Salvation Army and Shade Tree and Catholic Charities and all those folks down there. This isn't going to get better by itself, but at the same time, I don't believe the city can tolerate it any further. It looks. I'm reading a book now about Bombay, or Mumbai, as it now is called, and this sounds. No, this is a different kind of Bombay. But thank you for reminding me. It is 5 o'clock somewhere. But in all sincerity, this is like a fourth world country over there. And these folks don't want to be helped. They don't want to be moved. They don't want to be assisted. But at the same time, society has to balance our interests against their selfish interests. Maybe their need to keep their drugs or their booze or their lifestyle is more important than having a safe city. It isn't to me. And I think that we should be as forceful as possible
to move them out and to disperse them. There was a time when they made fun of me. I'll take responsibility for it, but I said we should move them to a building down in Jean, and everybody says the mayor wants to send the homeless to prison. Well, that was a good way to kill an opportunity to provide them with a place that they'd be sheltered, where they could, either with or without their permission, they could be sheltered, they could be given food, they could be given direction. But the way it's going now, I think we're looking for a disaster. I agree with you, and I just feel that it's neighborhood services responsibility from a city perspective, together with the health district. I think it's a hazard to the people who live in those conditions. I think Metro should be involved, our Marshal Service should be involved, and we should clean that up and don't allow that situation. Not now. They do not allow this situation to exist any further. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes. And again, Councilman Barlow, I really appreciate you saying what you did. I also had an opportunity to talk to Councilman Evelson in North Las Vegas. He represents the area just to the north of Owens Avenue. And he was talking about those people that they think they're really doing these homeless people a favor by going down there and feeding them. And all they're doing is perpetuating the problem and enlarging the problem, and it just grows and grows and grows and grows and grows. We have a fungi here. And it's terrible. I really wish that Councilman Wolfson and Councilwoman Tarkanian would just take a ride over there 6 o'clock tonight or tomorrow night and just look at what we're talking about. There's Ricky was really, really nice when he said 100 or so. There's 500 or so. And it's the most god-awful thing you could ever imagine in your life. You can't even go Four Master Lane between Main Street and Las Vegas Boulevard. And it's atrocious. I had an opportunity to go up to a viewing at Palm Mortuary. There's tents across the street. There's people laying on the sidewalks in front of the mortuary. And I really, I could have cried, because I've been here for 14 years and I've tried to help. I've done everything I can humanly possible to help those people that need help, that want help, that will accept the help. And it's just falling on deaf ears. The problem is getting so bad. And when I went there, I called Mr. Councilman Barlow, and I was just offering my help to him, because it is a problem, but it's not just a city problem, it's a county problem as well as a North Las Vegas problem. And Councilman Evelson shared with me that his council members just kind of, out of sight, out of mind. They don't realize. And the problem is just getting so bad that Ward 5 really needs the support of the rest of the council members.
And I really appreciate that. And the business owners are the ones that my heart really goes out for, because they're doing the right thing. They're basically providing the necessities that this community needs as far as their services that they provide. However, they're losing business because Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Reese is correct. I said 100, but he's right. There's more than 100. You cannot drive your car after 7 p.m. during the week from Main on Four Master to Las Vegas Boulevard, which is less than a quarter of a mile, because they have the entire street taken over. And at night, well over into the morning, they have barbecue grills in the middle of the street, and it's like a little town within itself. And the business owners are really suffering. They have no business conducted there due to the fact that there's just a conglomerate number of homeless that we allow to maintain in place. And by no means do I want anyone to believe that I'm anti-homeless. I want to help these individuals, and I need the support of not only this council, but the county commissioners, North Las Vegas, the entire region, to really pay attention to this very much needed service that apparently is not being provided for these individuals on the street. And any support that you can provide in this matter to help these individuals is greatly appreciated, because the businesses, specifically when business is down across the globe, this is not a time where we want businesses to start shutting down because individuals refuse to come to their place of business to conduct business, and they're paying taxes to the city as well as the state. However, customers can't get through their door because they have to basically step over or drive over homeless individuals who have camped out on our city sidewalks and use it as not only a place of habitat, but a place to urinate and defecate at the same time. And it's taxing our taxpayers because we're coming in on a weekly basis to clean up these streets, this street, and it's as though we've never been there. So I'm not sure if you can speak on this, Mr. Harsin. However, I do look forward to continue to work with your staff, and I must say that you all have done a great job, and you all, I'm sure, will continue to do that. But there has to be another level that we have to take this to, Mayor. Thank you.
You got my complete support on this one. These are the service resistant. I mean, we're not social workers, but they're 3 feet away from social workers who can't help them because they don't want to be helped. They want to be selfish. They want to engage in their own way of doing things, and it's contrary to the best interests of the citizens. And as far as I'm concerned, they can say I'm the meanest mayor in the world, but I'm here to protect the general welfare of this community. And these folks don't want to be part of this community. They want to take their law into their own hands, and we can't tolerate it anymore. And my directive to the manager's office is to just sit down and let's take care of this once and for all. I mean, if we have to get 5 acres where they can bother each other and they can steal from each other and they can shoot their drugs with one another and they can drink with one another, let's get them out of the downtown.
Mayor, we'll take that up and
right,
discuss it with you in briefings next week.
Not now, Mr. Perna.
Please.
No, not now. You can speak during citizens' participation. That's fine.
Well, Mayor, as a person that's...
Well, yeah, come on up here. I'm going to give you 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
This is not the right time for it, but I'm going to give you 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Mayor and council, my name is Frank Perna. I have a nonprofit, Southern Nevada Advocates for Homeless People. I've been following those meetings for 6 years. I followed them 2 years. You were chairman. 2 years with Tom Riley, and now the 2 Orlando Sanchez. There's a societal stigma against mental illness, and that's even bleeding off into our public officials who should be advocating for more mental health services. Now, what you described is accurate, and it's disgusting. I've said that myself. In fact, I wrote a piece in the homeless paper about that, suggesting that they don't avoid the services. But you're talking about mentally ill people. At least 40 to 50% of them are mentally ill. I'm here to protect the interest of 30% of them that are veterans. The VA ought to be out in the street with their mental health professionals looking for those veterans. That's the first thing. You can't have intervention teams of people in nonprofits that are not astute in looking at mental illness. You need mental health professionals. Let's get an intervention team of mental health professionals out there. I brought to the attention of the Homeless Committee this article about a homeless veteran. Now, they went up after I prompted a little bit. They met him, and he refused services. Well, I made a little speech at the SNRPC Homeless Committee. Well, you better go out there again. I don't understand this. This man wanted help 6 months ago. Now he doesn't want help. I don't know if they're talking to them properly. I don't know if they're reaching out to them. I'll tell you one thing, as a veteran, if I was out there, I'd be able to reach out to that person in some way. We're missing. We need a mental health professionals on the street to make an intervention here and make a good faith effort.
Okay, and I'll tell you this, Mr. Perna.
Yes. Yes.
Because I've been dealing with this for 10 years, okay? And you perhaps a lot
15.
longer. All right. I've been doing it for 10 years. And until there are laws that allow us, and I'm not talking about a city council or a mayor, but to allow the professionals to take these people by the hand and into their bosom and transport them to a place where they can receive the services, this will never be cured. But what happens is, as soon as you do that, you're sued for false arrest, for deprivation of constitutional rights and the like. And I think that the city's attorney's office, when we're discussing this, they have to start addressing this issue. If it's an unconstitutional law, when we're trying to do the right thing, let a court tell us that. But to just sit by and not be able to do anything stinks, and I don't want to do it anymore.
Well, I have a little anecdote about that.
Okay, let's
I was
hear it
speaking
later.
to.
Let me hear it later, though.
Oh
please.
no, please, Governor O'Callaghan.
I got to move the
Governor
meeting.
O'Callaghan had a debate with Governor Reagan about this very subject. Governor O'Callaghan was on the side of keeping them in the mental health facilities, and Governor Reagan said we should close them down. But we were supposed to build facilities to handle these people.
I have to have you sit down.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilman.
I was going to say something even before he came up about the mentally ill. The homeless entity is not homogeneous. And there are some who are mentally ill that if they had the right help, they could do well. The problem is Reagan in California, whoever we had here in Nevada, have cut back so much on services, and I'm not saying they were overindulged. They were never overindulged. People don't understand mental illness, maybe because they don't want to, maybe because it's difficult, but what we have done to those throughout the country have with mental illness, in times of shortages, what gets cut? Mental illness, mental illness. And I was going to say, Mr. Mayor, I understand the frustration. I have been in that area, not after 6 o'clock, however, and I will do that, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Not by yourself, though.
No, I guess I better get someone else to go with me. But the thing is, I would encourage making a stronger step. The only thing I say is keep in mind a percentage of those individuals, I could not say accurately what percentage, is mentally ill. And nobody has given them the help yet they need. And if somehow we could get the state or we could get the VA or we could get somebody push on them to give the help that's needed. That's all I'm saying. Consider those that are mentally ill and the help they need.
No question about it.
Sir. Yes.
Wait.
Councilwoman Tarkanian, in 1976, our president, not Governor Reagan, but our President Reagan, is the one that shut down the mental hospitals as a president.
You're right.
Is that right?
And,
all right.
And,
right.
and
I'm told now we're way over the agenda. No, not now. We're way over our agendized item. I'm sorry. We got to be very careful on it.
Okay. Well, anyhow.
Not now. No.
When you have these mentally ill street people, even if they had the medications, they wouldn't remember where they took them. You could give them their meds in the morning. They don't remember where they had lunch, it's breakfast time. They have no idea where they're at or what they're doing. There has to be some place. There has to be some place, like the mayor said, where these people can go and be taken care of.
Just let me say, what was specialists?
No, I appreciate that. The problem is we're bordering on violating the open meeting law here as an agendized item.
We don't want to violate any laws.
We don't want to do that. We'll hear from people if they want to speak on this during citizens' participation, but we can't do it under this item.
It's not Ricky's fault, it's Ricky's concern. Thank you.
All right. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. On item 52, I make a motion to follow Make a motion to follow the recommendation of the board.
All right. Let's vote, please. Post. Oh, got to vote. Post, please. Motion carries.
53, same motion, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote. Post. Motion carries.
54, same motion, Your Honor.
Let's vote, please. Vote. Post.
And 55, same motion, Your Honor.
Motion carries. And 55? Motion. Let's vote. Post. Post, please.
Councilwoman?
Oops, sorry, I'm just finding a better way to do this. Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Carson. All right. 56 is R18, 2009. It's going to be a public hearing and possible action on a resolution amending Resolution R67-2008, authorizing medium-term obligation in the form of an interfund loan in the amount not to exceed $80 million from the Sanitation Enterprise Fund to the Capital Projects Fund in Ward 5. This is public hearing, which is now declared open. Mr. Vincent.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mark Vincent, Acting Deputy City Manager. This resolution originally approved back in November 19th. It was R67, 2008. And in that resolution, Section 6 described how the payments would range from $5 to $25 million per year. That resolution had to receive Department of Taxation's approval. They had some concerns. Scott Adam and I traveled up north to make a presentation to them, and we reached what I think was a resolution. They wanted the, pardon the pun, they wanted an amendment to the resolution to be more specific in what the proceeds of the interfund loan would be used for, and they also asked that the resolution include a level debt service payment. And so, for the record, Your Honor, I'd like to submit a debt service payment to the clerk.
All right.
That would be represent a level debt service.
Thank you.
And just as a reminder, I mentioned the successful RDA bond sale this morning. Our intent is that, always was, that this was sort of a stopgap funding for the RDA bonds. We will likely still have some form of a gap in funding for the projects that were identified to the extent that we can afford the repayment schedule, as well as the have a need for these interfund loans. We would like to have the ability to continue to use this as necessary, but it will be significantly less than the $80 million that's being authorized here. So it is a public hearing. I just want to put those out on the record.
And this is an interest-bearing loan transfer.
Yes, it's an interest-bearing loan, carries 3% interest. The monies are needed eventually in the Sanitation Enterprise Fund for capital projects that they have identified. The annual repayment schedule with interest allows them to continue on with their capital program unencumbered by the loan.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Any questions of Mr. Vincent before we open it up for public hearing?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, Councilor Barlow.
Mr. Vincent, in regards to our meeting on the 30th, the budget meeting, budget hearing?
Budget workshop, yes.
The budget workshop. Will you be in a position to break out in detail how, in fact, these funding sources or streams of funding sources will play out?
Yes. Yeah, there are obviously this particular interfund loan was targeted for projects within the redevelopment area. I know that the way the financing is working out through the redevelopment agency, we've had to perhaps reassess some of those projects, and we'll be prepared to come to you on March 30th with our proposed plan for what projects would be utilizing these funds, all the RDA funds, including this interfund loan.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. All right,
Mayor Goodman,
yes.
sorry, just a quick question. Mr. Vincent, we've been criticized for this transaction. So my question to you is there anything unusual about this transaction? Have we done this type of transaction in the past? Do other municipalities engage in this type of monetary transactions?
I can't speak for other municipalities. I'm relatively certain it has. It's certainly allowed by statute. We, in fact, did a similar interfund loan several years ago to try to keep pace with the timing of funding for regional flood projects versus regional transportation projects. And we actually put in place a much smaller interfund loan to allow us to let contracts on a timely basis so that we don't hold up the road project by waiting for the underground flood project to work. This concept is not unlike some of the comments that John Restrepo made in terms of the city should be responsible in managing its assets. And at that time, he was talking about real estate assets. But we also have some cash assets here that if we can demonstrate, which we successfully did with taxation, that we can borrow these monies from one fund that needs to get paid back and will be paid back with interest in such a manner that helps us with a timing problem, because our issue has never been the redevelopment agency's inability to service the debt. It's always been the inability for the market to respond to revenue bonds these last 6 months. As you know, we've tried to sell redevelopment bonds for a while and have been unsuccessful in the market. So this morning that seems to have changed around. So it's not entirely common, but it's not unusual. There's nothing, and in my opinion, there's nothing irresponsible about it. In fact, I think it's a very responsible way for us to act in terms of managing our resources, as long as we can demonstrate our ability to pay it back. And right now, RDA has that capacity to do that.
And you just answered what I'm about to ask you, but I'll ask you just real succinctly. Is this transaction in the city's best interests and therefore our constituents and taxpayers' best interest?
I believe it is, for all the reasons we talked about earlier with the Performing Arts Center being such a critical component of the redevelopment of the 61 acres in Union Park site. It's our anchor tenant. It's pivotal to all the other projects we have lined up under agreements today, and that site needs infrastructure in order to move forward. Those are the two key projects that we were trying to fund. In addition to that, this resolution does allow us, to the extent that we can afford to pay it back, to borrow additional monies to help us with a museum project. So I think those, in my opinion, are certainly in our best interest, and there are top priority projects at this point in the downtown area.
Mayor Goodman.
Yes, Councilor Barlow.
Yes, Mark, and one additional question in regards to, just to piggyback on Councilman Wolfson's comment. As far as the benefits financially, I understand the borrowing of the funds. Does the taxpayers, will the taxpayers lose in any way from the transaction that we're doing here, or will they gain in the sense of the transfer of the fundings? Explain that, please. From
the perspective of sewer customers, for example, whose money we are sort of borrowing for this project, they're going to get paid back with interest. We've been able to demonstrate there's no impact with their capital project schedule over the next 10 years. They'll be able to meet all of their desires and wants for the Sanitation Enterprise Fund, as long as we are able to make those annual payments with interest, which we have certainly demonstrated we can do. So there's no harm, no impact to the sewer customers. From our perspective, the redevelopment agency is created to perform economic and redevelopment projects in the downtown area, and to the extent that they weren't able to sell. I mean, if you recall, last summer we were talking about selling bonds in the neighborhood of $150, $160, $170 million. And we felt at that time that we had the capacity to sell those bonds and service that debt. Things have changed, and so we couldn't sell as much bonds. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we still don't have the revenue stream that can service additional debt. And so that's the argument we're making here, is that if the sanitation fund can afford to loan the money with interest, with the payback schedule, a flat debt service payback schedule, then the RDA can afford to pay it back. Then we can keep some of these redevelopment projects and economic development projects moving forward, creating jobs and creating infrastructure that's going to prepare us for when the economy finally turns around. Some of these projects that are under agreement today should be prepared and ready to take off.
Okay. All right. It's public hearing, folks, if anyone would like to be heard.
Joe Maviglia, 4487 East Lake Mead. I support the resolution, supporting the resolution, but I want to make one more comment, and have a nice day, and that is, you have a law on the books that could solve your problem, Your Honor, and that's the vagrancy law. Search it out.
I can't do it here.
Yes, you can.
Not on this particular item, Mr. Maviglia.
Well, I doubt very much, because if you look at the law and interpret the law, vagrancy can put these people in jail. Then they can get some help. Thank you.
All right. This is on this item.
I know. When you're talking about $80 million.
You have to identify yourself.
My name is Anthony Hodge. I live 123 Sir David. I'm on the interference right now because you're talking about the money that you want to borrow to get certain items going. I understand that. But the $80 million, is that put out by the federal government, or is that state money, or where did money put up from?
City's money.
That's your own money for a different department.
That's correct, for stewards.
Okay, well, as long as you're within your own house, I guess you can run the funds back and forth. No, I apologize. Thank you.
My name is Frank Perna. America has been at war over 6 years and will be for the next decade.
No, is this on the inter-fund transfer?
It is, sir. Well, what this is this public comment,
No,
public participation?
No, not yet.
Oh, not yet, then. I'm sorry.
No problem.
My problem.
No problem. Anybody else want to be heard on the Sanitation Enterprise Fund transfer? All right. We'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And Mark, thank you for the presentation and the clarification on this item as well. I look forward to a healthy conversation on the March 30th budget hearing. So with that, I would like to move for approval of this item subject to all conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 57 is the Audit Oversight Committee. Councilman Wolfson's term expires March 21st, 2009. He indicates that he would like to continue to serve on the committee, so my motion is to have him reappointed to the committee. Let's vote on that, please.
Should I vote on this?
Yes.
Am I allowed to vote on this?
Sure.
To appoint myself to something?
Yes.
Is that right, Mr.
Mr. Urbeck?
Mr. Urbeck?
A question has been, can Councilman Wolfson vote on this to reappoint himself? Well, maybe in an abundance of caution you should. They may lose.
I just want to follow the law, so Mr. Urbeck is not in a...
I don't think we've had this question ever asked before.
I always ask the stupidest questions, don't I?
Well, then let's vote against him. Let's.
Then you have to find somebody else to do it. Why don't I abstain just out of an abundance of caution?
Very good. All right, vote please. Post.
I'm going to withdraw my vote. Okay.
Okay.
Just
Motion carries. Thank you.
Clarification.
Yes.
Whenever you make all the appointments, we all vote for it. I mean, in this, we're voting for ourselves. We've done it for 14 years I've been here.
Voting for ourselves?
Yes.
Okay.
Change the vote?
Yes. Well, on the advice of my learned counsel. I think it's safe to rely on Mayor Pro Tem Reese's judgment. So, yeah, I'll change my vote and I'll vote for myself.
All right, let's vote. Post.
We make all the appointments.
Right, you're right.
If I'm wrong, you'll represent me in front of the appropriate committee?
Post? No. All right, motion carries. Thank you. Item 58 is discussion and possible action on the second amended and restated bylaws of the Las Vegas Neighborhood Partners Fund Board. The staff recommends the mayor and council approve and adopt the second amended and restated bylaws of the City of Las Vegas Neighborhood Partners Fund Board. May I have a motion to that effect, then?
We follow staff's recommendation, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 59 is discussion and possible action on the appointment and reappointment of members to the Neighborhood Partners Fund Board for fiscal year 2010. The recommendations are as follows. My designee, Cheryl Russo. Ward 1, staff designee, Adriana Martinez. Neighborhood representative, Renee Rampton. Ward 2, staff designee, Crystal Klinger. Ward 2, neighborhood representative, Charles Desiderio. Ward 3, staff designee, Susie Martinez. Ward 3, neighborhood representative, Mike Brown Costero. Ward 4, staff designee, Darcy Hayes. Ward 4, neighborhood representative, Brian Knutson. Ward 5, staff designee, Tanya Jackson Renter. Ward 5, neighborhood representative, A.J. Powell. Ward 6, staff designee, Michelle Thaxton. Ward 6, neighborhood representative, Jerry Green. I would move that these folks all be appointed and reappointed as members of the Neighborhood Partners Fund Board for the fiscal year 2010. Please vote. Post. Post. Dr. Wilson. Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 60 is bill number 2009-6. This updates various administrative provisions pertaining to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Citizens Review Board. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
Mayor, being that I wasn't here, I would ask that my colleague... This was the previous meeting. This is the previous meeting? Okay, then yes, I would like to have it read.
Thank you.
Bill number 2009-6, First Amendment, an ordinance to update various administrative provisions pertaining to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Citizen Review Board and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you. With your motion, Councilman?
Move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item.
Thanks. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 61 is bill number 2009-7, amends the Downtown Centennial Plan to update and revise certain trail alignments within the downtown area. Councilman, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Bill number 2009-7, an ordinance to amend the downtown Centennial Plan to update and revise certain trail alignments within the downtown area and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you. Councilman, your motion, please.
Move to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 63 through 65, bills 2009-9 through 2009-11 are eligible for adoption at a later meeting, so we're going to move on to the new bills. New bills, items 66 through 68, bills 2009-12, 2009-13, 2009-15 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, March 31st, 2009.
Your Honor?
Yes.
If I could, I'd like to make a motion to strike item number 68, please.
All right. Let's vote on that, please.
What was it?
Item number 68, which is bill number 2009-15, is being moved to be stricken. Let's vote. Post.
I know. Thank you. I'm still in the learner stage.
Motion carries. Mr. Steve, would you read bills 2009-12 and 2009-13, please?
Be happy to, Your Honor. Bill number 2009-12, an ordinance to amend the Town Center Development Standards Manual relating to the approval process and standards for car washes and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you.
And Bill number 2009-13, an ordinance to adopt the Transportation and Streets and Highways element of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan and to provide for other related matters.
All right, thank you. Councilor Barlow, are you going to be available on the 31st?
Yes, I will, Mayor. Thank you.
Very good. I'm going to assign you and Councilman Steinman responsibility for that. So the City Council meeting is now in recess, and we'll move now to the Redevelopment Agency meeting. What's wrong?
Just 2 minutes to change the meeting.
All right, we'll be in recess for 2 minutes, please. I'll be right back.
Get logged on.
Is that it? I think I did. Everybody logged in? All right. All right. May I have a motion? And we'll adjourn the redevelopment agency meeting. I'd like a motion now to go into closed session.
I'm going to go into closed session at 1 o'clock, Your Honor.
Very good. That's the motion. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. All right. We'll be back here at 1:30, folks.
Yeah. Then just charging whatever it is for time.
We have another request. It was actually, here's the original. It was actually, and here's the green copy to put in the packet. And here are new sheets. And I'll give you a new one in just a minute as I get them there. It came in and was in an email to Bevan, which didn't do anybody a lot of good. Oh, didn't you get your emails here? Yeah, but I generally don't open them. I look to see who it is, and if it's not, something that I'm looking for, or whatever, that item, and you can't see the attachments. You only see the email, the subject, and the text. And I don't see.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Item number 70 is any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have items 83 through 86, GPA 32167, rezoning 32168, special use permit 32548, and site development review 32549. Applicant Pease Auto Sales, owner Baird Family Trust, motor vehicle sales at 3920 West Sahara Avenue. The applicant would like that to be held in advance until our April the 1st, 2009 meeting. Items 89 through 94, modification 30617, rezoning 31062, variance 3620, variance 31394, vacation 3622, and site development review 3614. Applicant owner International Church of Las Vegas, Inc., at the corner of Cliff Shadows Parkway and the 215 Beltway. Staff's asking that to be held in advance until our April the 1st, 2009 meeting. I won't tell you why.
All right. Anything else?
Hearing none, I make a motion to review these items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
All right, let's vote, please.
Poll.
Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 71 through 74, they're on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items number 71 through 74, please?
I make a motion to follow staff's recommendations with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 75 through 82, and one is being pulled. Is that correct? Mayor Pro Tem, did you want one of these pulled?
I need to ask, is there anyone here on item 77 in the audience today?
That's Harrison Properties Limited. Yes, there is a gentleman back there.
Okay. Are you here to speak on the...
I have two issues. Bail bond and fund.
I need to pull item 77 then.
All right.
And item 81.
All right. All right. Items 75 through 82, with the exception of 77 and 81, may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine public hearings and non-public hearing items with no condition changes. All public hearing items will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from the portion of the agenda. I'm going to read all of the items into the record at this point.
If I could. I apologize. It's item 76 that needs to be forward.
All right. Instead of 77?
Yes.
All right. Item 75 is SUP 32815. The applicant is Super Bail Bonds, Inc., the owner is Harrison Properties Limited. Request for special use permit for proposed bail bond service at 729 South Las Vegas Boulevard, Ward 3. Number 77 is RQR 31982. The applicant owner is Harrison Properties Limited. Required review of an approved special use permit for a second-hand dealership at 713 South Las Vegas Boulevard in Ward 3. Number 78 is RQR 31931. The applicant owner is Bell Real Estate LLC. Required review of an approved special use permit for a 28-foot by 12-foot by 24-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign at 1719 Industrial Road in Ward 3. Number 79 is SNC 32359. The applicant owner is City of Las Vegas. Request for a street name change from Discovery Drive to Symphony Park Avenue between Martin Luther King Boulevard and Grand Central Parkway in Ward 5. Number 80 is VAC 32645. The applicant owner is W. Douglas Hitt Family Trust. Petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements generally located adjacent to the northwest corner of Deer Springs Way and Durango Drive in Ward 6. And 82 is WVR 32366. The applicant is City of Las Vegas. The owner is City Parkway 5, Inc. Request for a waiver from subsection 4C of the City of Las Vegas street naming and address assignment regulations as adopted by Title 13.28 to allow the use of the Suffolk Place on a northeast-southwest street where only allowed for northwest-southeast streets in the Union Park development located at the northeast intersection of Bonneville Avenue and Grand Central Parkway in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval for for each of these items. These items are all public hearings, which I now declare open. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on any of these items at the public hearing? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. May I have a motion then to approve items 75, 77, 78, 79, 80, and 82?
Yes, I would, Your Honor. Follow staff's recommendation for approval with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 76 is SUP 32821. The applicant is Verizon Wireless. The owner, Horse Mini Storage Partners, LLC, request for special use permit for a proposed 70-foot tall wireless communication facility, stealth design monopalm at 8525 Oso Blanca Road in Ward 6.
Yes. Is there anyone here to speak in favor or against this application? Seeing no one, then, Your Honor, there was a couple letters of protest sent in on this application, but if they're not here to speak on it, then I would move for approval of this item.
All right. Did you want to be heard, sir?
He's the applicant.
I assume that the answer is no. No. All right. Very good. But for the record, I have to know who said no.
Jason Frere, 323 Greenleaf Glen, on behalf of the applicant.
All right. Thank you. There's a motion. Let's vote, please. Host. Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Item 81 is SDR 32837. The applicant owner is Water Street Center, LLC. Request for site development plan review for a 5,375 square foot restaurant with drive-through and retail building on 2.59 acres, generally located on the south side of Bonanza Road, approximately 450 feet east of Pecos Road in Ward 3. Patel?
Your Honor, we're having a lot of new shopping centers built. I have not had an opportunity to visit with the developer of this property. I don't know what kind of restaurant they're going to put in. I know they're going to have a couple little shops along with it. I would just like to see the renderings other than what I've got in my backup. And so I'm going to make a motion to hold this in abeyance until our next meeting and ask if staff can't find these applicants and see if they can't be at our next meeting or call me or something.
All right. That's a motion to obey for 2 weeks. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right. There's been a request to pull forward item number 98. And we'll accede to that request. This is SUP 32148, special use permit, public hearing. The applicant is Summerlin Massage NV LLC. The owner is JMK Boca Pad LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,193 square foot massage establishment with waivers to allow for the establishment to remain open until 10 p.m., where 9 p.m. is the latest allowed, and to allow for a 0-foot distance separation from another massage establishment where 1,000 feet is the minimum distance required at 8950 West Charleston Boulevard in suite number 7. The note is that the business hours waiver is withdrawn. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Mr. Dushop.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Matthew Dushop, 3320 West Sahara. I appreciate your professional courtesy in pulling this matter. As you might not know, but I'm going to explain to you, Massage Envy is a nationwide company with over 800 clinics nationwide. In 2009, they were the #1 massage service company voted by Entrepreneur Magazine. Matter of fact, they also were voted number 20 in the fastest growing franchisee in the country. They have 8 locations in Nevada. We have Mr. Steve Cook here, who is the franchisee for both Arizona and Nevada. Massage Envy hires only, and I repeat, only licensed masseuses. They do an extensive background check on their masseuses before they hire them. They have had 0 complaints in Nevada regarding any type of improper sexual conduct regarding their massages. They are a professional massage establishment, period. That's what they do. They are a high-end professional massage at a reasonable price. This is an underserved area for this type of service in the Boca Park. It's a fantastic area for this. They're looking to move in. I have Mr. Cook here if you have any questions for him regarding this, but we would ask that you follow Planning Commission and that you approve this SUP for Massage Envy.
All right, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Dushoff?
No,
Go.
Mayor.
Yes,
I do have a
Councilman?
comment. Just for the record, I do have a membership with Massage Envy I would like to disclose. However, I don't believe this would skew my ability to vote on this item unless council shares otherwise.
You can vote on this item, Councilman.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Cook? Did you want to be heard?
No.
All right, fine. The public hearing, folks, would anyone like to be heard?
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Council. My name is Teddy Russell, 5th resident of Las Vegas. I am not clear, and may I have, if possible, clarification from staff that led to their recommendation for denial, please?
All right, Ms. Wheeler, are you able to tell Mr. Russell why staff recommended denial?
Yes, sir, the waiver request.
All right, thank you.
I concur with staff, and I do not recommend approval. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else like to be heard at this time? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Wilson?
Thank you. Mr. Dushoff, thank you for a nice presentation. The gentleman that you had in my office a couple weeks ago, his name again is?
Steve Cook.
Okay, and this gentleman is?
I am a rep for Steve Cook. My name is Mike Sanderson. I run his 2 clinics here in Las Vegas, and I did not get a chance to introduce myself to council.
I thought that...
No, I apologize.
I thought that Matt said that you were Mr. Cook.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
I apologize. I meant to say representative for
Mr. Cook is one of the regional gentlemen in charge of this company?
He's the regional developer for all of Nevada and, all of Arizona and Southern Nevada.
And is he also going to be the franchisee owner of this?
Yes. That is correct, yes.
And that's what impressed me, is that we've got a real hands-on situation here. So there's many reasons why I'm going to make a motion for approval of this item. This is one of the best, if not the best, massage type of establishment nationwide. They're clean, they're professional, they're exactly the type of massage therapy company that I would like to see in this area, especially in these times. I mean, you look out in my ward, and I represent, in my opinion, one of the nicer parts of the city, obviously, because that's what I represent. But even in Boca Park and Village Square, we've got a lot of empty spaces. So I think that in these times, we need to encourage businesses, especially a great business like this, to open up. So my motion is for approval.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Wish your daughter a happy birthday.
I appreciate that. Happy birthday, Sarah.
And it's wonderful that Councilman Wilson says that this is a real hands-on situation for a massage parlor.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, once again, Councilman Steinman and Councilman Ross are both excused from this session. All right, number 87 is SUP 28810, special use permit, public hearing. The applicant is Imran Kuchwaja. The owner is Joe Bonin. Appeal filed for the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a special use permit for a beer, wine cooler off-sale establishment within an existing general retail establishment, a convenience store at 2981 East Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Imran Khwaja. I'm the applicant. I apologize to Mr. Rees for putting this issue in abeyance previously. There were some issues with the City Planning Commission, which I was bringing my business up to speed on. I wanted to address any concerns or any questions that the council had as regarding this issue.
All right, are there any questions of the gentleman or any comments? Folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. This used to be a Weber's Bread facility for day-old bread and what have you. It is on East Charleston. South side of Charleston is the county. We have had some new development along that corridor on the south side.
Thank you.
I have had some contact with some members of the Downtown Business Alliance. We have had a request for beer and wine off sale at this location. In the past, we have denied it. The reason we denied it then, I think the reasons now are even worse. They subdivided this store, and part of it is a stereo radio shop. Out in back, we have 7 or 8 popsicle ice cream trucks being refurnished, refilled up with their goods, and they have put up a 6 or 7 foot wrought iron fence around it. Just the atmosphere itself, to me, is not conducive for a special privilege license at Light Beer and Wine. I've asked to have that building cleaned up for the last 2 years. It's still not cleaned up, and like I say, I don't think it's appropriate for this council to allow the sale of beer and wine at this location for all these reasons. So my motion is for denial of this application.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed?
May I speak on the issue further, or is the issue closed?
It's closed.
It's closed, okay.
Motion carries. Thank you. 88 is SUP 32492, an abeyance item, the special use permit, public hearing. The applicant owner is My Charleston Plaza LLC. Request for special use permit for proposed packaged liquor off-sale establishment at 5100 West Charleston Boulevard in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions of public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm David Levy, and I'm the owner of the center. Ask for the approval.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Levy? Folks, public hearing. It's your opportunity to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
It helps if you turn your mic on.
Right.
All right. You know, we've gone through a lot of this already, and you also have spoken with other members of the city staff about this. And so, do you have any questions about what's allowed and what's not allowed? I know what you want.
I received the answers verbally, and if and when I find someone to run the place, we'll get it in writing. So,
okay.
I know the answers.
You know the answers. So you know that for what you have applied today, item number 88, number SUP 32492, you're requesting packaged liquor that comes, you can only sell it in the containers in which it comes to you. You can't split it up.
I understand.
Okay, I wanted to make sure, because I know there was a confusion. We can only vote today on what you have here. And the other item about the safety thing on the wire, that's something we can handle outside. I just wanted to make sure you understood.
I understand. I wish you would allow me to sell individuals, but if it cannot be, cannot be.
Okay, and in fact, but remember, you only requested this.
I understand.
Okay. So as far as this item, I move for approval as is stated with all conditions.
All right, Ms. Wheeler, you were looking, everything all right? All right, let's vote then. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
It's nice to see you again, and good luck.
Yes.
Mayor, if I could just explain also, too, I think the gentleman had some concern about 40-ounce cans. Those also cannot be sold as individuals according to the condition that's here. So just to make that clear, that the larger cans that come one to a package, those also cannot be sold at that location.
Yes.
Mr. Levy, you want to come up here, please?
Because I think there was an issue about a 40-ounce size beer. And just to read the condition, it says the sale of individual containers of any size of beer or wine coolers is prohibited. So just to let you know that.
When I called and talked to individual, different people.
Right. And that's why I wanted to
24-ounce beer.
That's why I wanted to clarify it on the record.
One moment. 24-ounce beer do come in a large case like water, like bottles of water.
Right.
Those are sold individually.
That's why I wanted to explain to you on the record that the sale of individual containers of any size of beer or wine coolers is prohibited.
Well, I've asked that question to clarify, and the answer that I received from, I forgot his name.
That's why I'm clarifying it for you on the record
Well,
now.
it's a little bit too late now.
No, it isn't. No, it's not.
Because when I found a person who would like to lease the space. I'm a landlord. And I found a person who would like to lease the space, and he asked me to clarify if 24-ounce beers that comes in very large case, wrapped with the Visqueen or whatever shrink wrap, and they are sold individually. They're not sold in those cases. This is a brown case, like a regular water, bottled water that you buy.
I understand what you're saying, sir, but the city attorney right now is saying that
that's not the answer they gave me before.
Well, this is an answer you may not like, and it may not be an answer they gave you before, but that's the answer that we have now. And you either abide by that and say you understand it, or else there will be a motion for reconsideration. We'll take a different vote.
I already paid for the application. I've done everything, and I waited a month for those clarifications.
Let me ask you this. If you relied on somebody giving you advice in the city and you made a deal on it, then I want to hear about that.
Okay, it's not a deal, it's an answer. Yes. Robin gave me the name of the gentleman. In the...
But this is what I'd like to do, with all due respect, Councilman. I want to get to the bottom of this. I don't want him... If he relied on city advice, then he has a position. If he didn't rely on city advice, and he's being told by council right now what the law is, and I don't want him to be placed in a position where he's going to be put at a disadvantage.
Right.
So what I would like to do is I would like the councilwoman to ask for a reconsideration on the vote, to hold it in abeyance for 2 weeks. Let's get to the bottom of it. I think that's a fair way.
And Mayor,
to do it.
if I could also say something too, you can't rely on something until it's actually voted upon. So if he makes or anyone makes preparations in advance of the city council voting, you can't rely on that. You have to wait until after the conditions are approved by the city council and a vote is taken. Then if you rely on that information, then there's some detrimental reliance on that.
And your legal advice might be right. I'm just suggesting that I think the record would be fairly stated if we knew who told him what, and get that on the record, so if we rule one way and he doesn't like it, he could take us to court.
Okay.
I just want to state, Robin isn't here right now. She had to attend another meeting. We can get the name of the person from her.
I do have the name of the person.
Yeah,
It's
and
not
I
legal.
want you to know he did follow through calling the people we recommended he call. Can I just ask a question? If you buy that case of 24-ounce beer things, that means you can never sell those except if you sell them in a case.
Correct.
If you have
It's
this
not a
option.
case that is...
Wait. The councilwoman's asking questions.
No, I just needed to know that. Now, if you had a different type of liquor license, could you?
If I may,
Yes,
just
Mr. Wheeler?
as an option, if the councilwoman finds the sale of the larger bottles the way they come, which again is not breaking apart a group of bottles that are...
They're called six-packs.
That's right.
And I'm an expert
Or
on that.
however, yes.
Well, are they six
Condition number 4, were we to eliminate the first sentence and retain the language that all such products shall remain in the original configuration, no repackaging should be allowed, that would allow, as I'm understanding it, what the councilwoman had in mind, that the larger ones, that's the way they're shipped, and then that's the way they're sold, and that would meet the needs of the applicant and would further what the councilwoman is requesting. That would simply require the elimination of the first sentence of condition number 4, and then that, I believe, would meet the goals of the councilwoman and the applicant
All right,
as an
well,
option.
Whatever the councilwoman wants, it's your option.
Yeah. Well, I want to make sure, would that do it all right with you then?
That would, Councilwoman, that would allow him to sell the 24 and 40-ounce beers that come individual as a single with, within a 24 case or whatever it may be sold in.
Can I ask a question here? I don't drink beer.
I do.
I know. And I'm just wondering, is that an awful lot of beer in one?
Yeah. Not enough.
A regular-sized beer is about... Councilwoman, a regular-sized beer that comes in a 6-pack or 24-pack is only like 12 ounces. 12, 14 ounces, something like that.
Would you mind if we waited and then I look into this a little more? What she's saying may solve the problem, but I have no idea. I mean, I can't visualize this, and I want to make sure that we're doing this appropriately in the place that you have, okay?
I would be glad to take you to the store where I saw the case. It's a brown case, very large, with probably 24 or 30 24-ounce beers. It's not sold in a carton. It's sold individually.
Yeah, I understand that. I just don't, I believe we have this type of license to avoid too much liquor being sold at one time, and I just want to make sure we're doing it the right way.
So
Take it from a non-drinker, I need to just check
I don't
it out.
drink either. I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
I do, though.
God bless you.
Thank you. So
We'll
we'll move for reconsideration and then a motion for abeyance for 2 weeks, okay?
And that's what we're going to do. Move for reconsideration, please.
Thank you.
All right, let's, Our motion to reconsider, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. And a motion to obey for 2 weeks?
And then I move to obey for 2 weeks, and we'll come back again and we'll have a chance. I know this is complicated, but it's a complicated way you've brought it to us, but thank you.
All right, let's vote, please.
Can't do anything.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And Mayor and Council, I
Yes.
think this gentleman may have called me. That's why I wanted to make sure we clarified that on the record.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I just feel that everybody should be given as much opportunity as they can to express themselves. All right, item 95 is ZON 32758. This is a rezoning. It's a public hearing. The applicant owner is LVRC Residential LLC. Request for rezoning from U, undeveloped, SC Service Commercial, to C1 Limited Commercial on 1.65 acres at 3371 North Buffalo. This is in Ward 4. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. This is a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
Hi, Brad Greenstone on behalf of the applicant. We just hope the council will also vote for approval.
All right, thank you, sir. Any questions? Folks, public hearing? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem.
Seeing no one, you want to make a motion to follow Planning Commission staff recommendation for approval of this item, please, with all conditions.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Items 96 and 97. 96 is ZON 32809. Request for a rezoning of a portion of the site from R1 Single Family Residential to C1 Limited Commercial on 2.97 acres at 4201 East Bonanza Road in Ward 3. 97 is SDR 32807. Request for a site development plan review for a proposed 7,625 square foot two-story addition to an existing 16,030 square foot building, an expansion of training yard facilities for trade school with a waiver to allow 0-foot landscape buffers along portions of the east and west perimeters where 8 feet is required on 9.29 acres at 4201 East Bonanza Road. The applicant is International Hod Carriers Building and Common Laborers Union number 872. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval for each of these items. These items are in Ward 3 and are public hearings, which I now declare open. Yes, folks.
All right, good afternoon.
Good
Jemmy Nisley, GK3 Architecture, 2111 Edgewood Avenue, and we respectfully ask for your approval on our rezoning.
Very good. Thank you. Gentlemen, would you like to identify yourselves, please?
Mark Edgela, 5645 West Alexander, representing the Laborers International Training Center of 872.
Very good. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Lou DeSalvio, 8429 Vivid Violet Avenue, representing the Training Center for Labor Local 872.
Okay, you guys do a great job. Any questions or comments? Folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Teddy Russell V, resident of Las Vegas. This represents the joyful conjunction of labor and training for more increased employment for the benefit of all. As an opportunist, to be honored to recommend approval. Thank you very much.
Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. I move to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions.
All right, that's on 96. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And 97, I make a motion to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions.
Let's
Can
vote,
we
please.
make a request? We do have an issue with 97 that we'd like
too
to
late.
discuss.
No, go ahead, please.
We are happy to accept all conditions that staff has recommended outside of item number 17 with regards to the eastern driveway. Public Works is asking us to bring it up to current standards, and I have some diagrams to illustrate that that is not feasible, as there is an existing telephone vault and an existing street lamp post that really would make it a burden to increase the width of this driveway entrance. And the driveway entrance has been in place since the 60s, and it has never caused an issue.
How would I know this if you didn't contact me?
I'm sorry.
I said, how would I know we had this problem on this item if you hadn't contacted me and told me this? I had no idea we had a problem down there on this condition.
We approached you a couple of weeks ago about it, and we mentioned that it had the telephone vault was just right next to the curb, and the street light was on the other side, and so we had also discussed it with Councilman Steve Ross, and he said, all right, they would consider it when it came time to vote on the matter.
Oh.
See, right here's a diagram of what it looks like, and it would be extremely costly to do such.
The city diagram would require 94 feet in between the two utilities, and what we have right there is less than half of that. We have 43 feet in between the utilities, which it's just not feasible.
Mr. Anderson, please.
The condition as written requires them to meet the intent, not the exact letter of the standard. The standard would require that larger distance be impacted, but what the intent is that they put in radius-style curb returns so that a vehicle can get off of Bonanza and onto their site more quickly without slowing down the traffic behind them. Public Works thinks that it's a reasonable thing to do on a street that has that much traffic. We're not asking them to rip out everything that's there, just to make the existing driveway better.
Did you want to be heard?
Please, sir.
Sure.
As you can see, this entrance has been in existence for close to 45 years. The entrance is technically 4 feet bigger than what the code calls for. I believe code calls for 32 feet. We're at 36 right now. The traffic is not... It's not that busy at that end of Bonanza. You get closer to Pecos Eastern, it's nuts over there, without a doubt. But down at this end, it's quite open. It's not too much flow of traffic there. People have been turning in that entrance for 45 years. That's a main artery fiber optic telephone fault right there. I mean, a huge amount of wires are in there. Hundreds of thousands of dollars to move that. And then, of course, on the other side, we have the light pole, and then right past that, they had just put in a safety medium and basically in the middle of Bonanza there, so people don't have to walk all the way down the Lamb. By opening that up, we're going to start encroaching on that as well. So it's quite a hardship to move that, seeing that we're on kind of limited funds at the moment.
Mr. Anderson, can we strike item 17? Or condition
Yes,
17?
sir. Yes, sir. That would be fine.
My motion would be for approval of item 96, following Planning Commission staff's recommendation, striking condition number 17.
That'd be 97.
97, yes.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed?
Thank you.
Motion
Thank you
carries.
very much. And this is our stimulus package to help out our guys, too, as well.
Thank you.
All right, 99 is SUP 32606, special use permit, a public hearing. The applicant is Clearwire US, LLC, the owner, City of Las Vegas, request for a special use permit for an 80-foot wireless communication facility, non-stealth design, slimline monopole at 4217 Vegas Drive in Ward 5. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Shane Hennessy York, 7030 Smoke Ranch Road. Here on behalf of the applicant, Clearwire Wireless. At this time, I would like to, after hassling then liaison Barlow, now Councilman Barlow, for 4 years for a project in this area, I'd like to proudly say we concur with all staff's recommendations.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Folks, public hearing? All right, seeing nobody, we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Shane is absolutely right. We have been working on this item for well over 4 years now, prior to me coming on the council. And I am pleased to see that we've been able to come to a happy median where the site in which was in question for many years is now in a location that I believe is very suitable. Although this application has received 7 notices of opposition, I do want to share with the residents in the area that being that the current pole has been standing for quite some time now and attaching the antennas as far as what you all are looking to do does not pose a problem for the residents due to the fact that it's of its location inside of the City of Las Vegas parkland out at Ed Fountain. So with that, I do agree with the location and the antennas and move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item.
All right, let's vote, please. Host? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 100 is SUP 32793, a special use permit. Public hearing. The applicant is India's Grill. The owner is Decatur Crossing Center, LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed beer, wine cooler on sale establishment within an existing 3,432 square foot restaurant at 222 South Decatur Boulevard in Ward 1. This is to be heard in conjunction with the morning item number 46, which is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new beer, wine cooler and on sale license for Maharaji Palace LLC, doing business as India's Grill, 222, South Decatur Boulevard. And this is heard in conjunction with item 100. The applicant present. Come on up, sir. Why don't you tell us your name?
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and the Council. I'm Jit Man, owner of 222 South Decatur, Maharaja Palace LLC, India's Grill.
Thank you. Ms. Meyer.
Mayor and members of Council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. The applicant has met our criteria for consideration of temporary approval of this license, and my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions, and he's here to answer any questions about his business.
Okay, do you want to tell us what your specialties are?
I'm basically in hospitality, real estate investments, hotels.
No, at the restaurant.
That is Indian food.
What's the best thing I could order there?
Shish kebab, grilled chicken, everything healthy.
Okay.
There is no grease in there.
Very good. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? All right. Seeing none, we'll close the. Anybody like to be heard? All right. We'll close the public hearing then. This is Councilwoman Tarkanian.
We need lots more good shish kebab in town.
Yes,
and I appreciate and have already discussed how well you've passed the preliminary investigation that we had, and I move for approval
All right,
with all conditions.
That's on item 100. Let's vote, please.
Mayor and Councilman, can we also make sure that the applicant agrees with all the conditions on the record?
Do you agree to all the conditions that have
Yes.
been set forth? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. And on item number 46.
Thank you.
Wait, one more. Item 46, which is the approval.
Move to approve.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 101 is SUP 32801, a special use permit. Public hearing for Maru Restaurant. The owner is KHJ Property Holdings, LLC. Request for a special use permit to add a supper club use to an existing 6,725 square foot restaurant with service bar at 2025 Village Center Circle in Ward 2. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. This is Hyun-Chun Kim, CPA, 1170 Carltonwood Ledge Court, Henderson, Nevada 9052. I'm sorry. The business has been running under the supper club license for the last year, and there has been much demand from the customers to use their bar area more, and then that's why we applied for a supper club license. We have no intention to do the gaming in the business. It's just so we need to meet our customers' needs. So, and then after first meeting, we have a conditional approval. And then as far as I know, we had several meetings with the Department of Taxation and Zoning Department to resolve all the issues. As far as I know, there is no remaining issues. So I request approval for this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? All right, folks, it's a public hearing if anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor. Would the planning director please, in plain and simple terms, explain to the viewing public what we're being asked to do here?
Mayor and Councilman, the change is, excuse me, from the type of license for the on sale to the supper club, and the difference is the supper club allows them to have the separate bar area that is separated from the restaurant area. There is a minimum seating area required for the supper club. There are limitations that require that meals be available at all times, that the alcohol is being served, staffing, and also that the restaurant remain the principal portion of the business. So it is, in essence, that utilization of the bar area, as the applicant indicated, that is allowed by this license that is not by their previous one.
Okay. You agree with all that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Now, you represent the owners. You're not the owner, are you?
No, actually, the applicant is back there. I'm her CPA and for the business.
Would you mind coming up? Hello. Would you identify yourself, please?
My name is Hyojin Kim. It's Maru Restaurant. I have Maru Restaurant.
Okay, Ms. Kim. Your restaurant is in a real nice area of Ward 2. In fact, I probably live about 150 yards from your restaurant. You understand me okay?
Well, I can speak English very well, so you can explain.
Well, what I want to ask you is, number one, how is the restaurant doing?
Actually, we expected a lot more, frankly speaking. But because of the economy and then because of the kind of residential area location, it couldn't meet our expectations yet. But we are still working on everything that our customers want. And then we are doing our best to improve our services and foods. And then see what happens.
Great. You're in a great location. You're right in the heart of an area of my ward where there's a lot of businesses, a lot of people and everything, and I just want to do everything I can to support your efforts.
Thank you, sir.
To become more successful, and I think this will help you. Please explain to Ms. Kim that if there's anything I can do to help her even further to make this a great success, to let me know. Okay?
Thank you for your offer.
Okay, my motion is for approval.
Thank you so much.
And Mayor and Council, just before you vote, Councilman, you made the disclosure that your home is within 150 yards or so. This won't affect your property any greater than anyone else's, so you are able to vote on this.
Thank you very much.
All right, there's a motion. Let's vote, please.
If I may, Mayor and Councilman?
Yes.
Just to change condition number 4, which required them to submit plans, they have done so. Therefore, condition number 4 would be changed to read that approval is based upon the site of the floor plan dated 3/2/09.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. 102 is SDR 32732, Site Development Plan Review, a public hearing. The applicant is Bank of Nevada. The owner is BW Nevada Holdings, LLC. Request for site development plan review for proposed 26-space parking lot expansion and main entry plaza remodel with a waiver of the landscape buffer standard to allow a 5-foot landscape buffer along the south perimeter where 15 feet is required on 3.22 acres at 2700 West Sahara Avenue. This is in Ward 1, and the Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now over. Yes, sir.
I'm Dennis Penars with KGA Architecture, 4495 South Polaris Avenue. I'm here on behalf of the owner and here just to answer any questions that might come up and just state that we are in agreement with all staff conditions.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? Folks, a public hearing? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, and Councilwoman Tarkanian.
You didn't have any plan or anything to show what you would be doing on that 5 feet.
Oh, yes, we do. We actually have a landscape plan right here.
And that's the side facing Sahara, right?
Correct. This is along Sahara Avenue, and it was requested that we add 2 extra trees along the way to add a buffer, and we have no problem doing so. We'll be adding that along, and there's already a 10-foot existing buffer between the sidewalk and the property line, so we still will have the 15 feet of landscape buffer. It's just the property line and is in an abnormal location.
That's what I thought, and I do want to tell you that what you've got so far is landscaping. I thought it was done very well.
Thank you very much.
I move to approve.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 103 is GPA 27003, a general plan amendment, public hearing. The applicant owner is City of Las Vegas, requests to adopt a transportation and streets and highways element and revise the 2020 master plan pertaining to all the wards. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. It's a public hearing which is now open. Ms. Wheeler.
Thank you, Mayor. This action before you today is a request to adopt these 2 elements as they're identified in NRS. This will bring us into compliance with the state law with regard to these 2 elements. Specifically, what the document does is analyzes the short and long-term goals and priorities for transportation planning. It describes the city's role in facilitating the development of streets and highways, and identifies strategies and actions to enhance the city's role in coordinating transportation planning with the RTC and other governmental agencies. We believe that it will improve our work with those other agencies, and the Planning and Development Department has worked closely with the Department of Public Works in this endeavor, and we request your approval.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Wheeler? All right. May I have a motion, please? Public comment. Anybody want to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, and motion, please.
Make a motion to follow Ms. Margot's representation as for approval.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Madam Clerk, I'll
Excuse
ask
me,
you to...
that's a GPA. Do I need 5?
Only a Planning Commission.
Thank you.
All right. Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission, meetings in dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements, please. All right. This is the time for item number 105. Do any members of the council wish to speak under this portion of the agenda?
Just really quick, if I could, Your Honor.
Certainly.
I just want to thank Councilman Barlow for taking the lead this morning on that issue down there in his ward by Four Master Lane, and I just hope that we sit down as a council and try to figure out some way to help Councilman Barlow in Ward 5.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? All right, we'll go on to item number 106. This is citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come up, give us your name, and we'll put the 3-minute timer on. Yes, ma'am.
Deanne Wiesner, W-I-E-S-N-E-R. Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman. I am a constituent of Ward 2, Councilman Wolfson, and I think we are very well represented by Councilman Wolfson. I did speak with him, and I'm coming to you looking for some help. I'm not sure this is the right format, but I'd like to just ask a question and maybe you can point me in the right direction. I ordered and paid for a police report. I have a hearing regarding the police report tomorrow morning at 8:30 at the Regional Justice Center, and I'm unable to get a copy of that police report, and I'm not being told why, and I was wondering if you could help me.
Is this a police report involving something that you allegedly have done?
My minor daughter, yes.
Geez, I don't know the answer. Can you help her out, Mr. Stan?
Well, normally they can order copies of police reports from the Metropolitan Police Department downstairs. Did you already go to them?
Yes, I did, and I went through all their requirements. I took my daughter's birth certificate in, provided my identification. T.J. Gonzalez, who is the records clerk, mailed a police report to me. It was the incorrect police report which I ordered, and so I'm looking for the correct police report, which is regarding an incident that occurred to my
Do you
mother.
have a copy of the incident number?
They will not provide that to me. And they have not given me a reason why. They will not provide me the detective's name. They will not give me a reason why.
My suggestion,
we can. I can call down there.
Maybe
I'll
Mr.
give her
Scott
my
could
card.
help you afterwards.
Okay, where can I meet with you, sir?
Oh, just right after.
Okay,
All right?
thank you very much.
No problem.
Mr. Mayor, because it's across the hall, it's not downstairs. I want you to know that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So she would
Across the
understand,
plaza, excuse
yeah.
me.
All right. Anybody else like to be heard during citizens' participation?
Just contact the sheriff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Teddy Russell, resident of Las Vegas, PhD in homelessness. What you have in that four-master situation is a horrific conundrum. I don't want to sound cavalier. I don't want to sound callous. I wish you all the best of luck, but the problem is not the veterans. The problem is not those who are mentally ill. The problem is not those who are amoral. The problem is once they're homeless, it's too late. And as the administration, the Obama administration, indicates by the vote of their allocation of funds, prevention, prevention, prevention. Nonetheless, we do attract this element big time. What to do about it? I have found the three major agencies of Salvation Army, Catholic Charities, and Las Vegas Rescue Mission entirely unflexible, rigid, and I find that it's probably most highly profitable to them in the pecuniary sense. I can't save the world with sound bites. I'm very emotional on this issue. That's all I have. I thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard at this time? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.